gonna rise and face the east. Hallelujah. Eshadala Henemalea Botenu, Abiyabunabi Iska Rabiyako, Atakwa Dos, Weshameka Kwados, Baru Shameka on my head. With Shamu Bene Shai El Shabbat Lasso El Shabbat Latoro Tamri Olam, Beni Bene Bene Shai Otilolam, Kisha Shami Masa El Shadawa Shamaim, Where Ta'aret, Wayum must be Shabbat, why not Fash. Baru Shemeka, Baru Yemeneka, Baru Tulateka, Baru Kedushateka. El Shaddai, El Shaddai Malach, El Shaddai Unok Lolam Mahe, Baruch Shem Kabol Makuto Lolam Mahe, Baruch Kabol Lohim Min Kumon Lekel Yom, Haluhu Lolam Mahe. First of all, I'd like to give all honor and praise to the God of Abraham, the God of Isaac, the God of Jacob, the great mighty and very God, the Most High God, who bestows loving kindness, possesses all things, who remembers the pious deeds of the patriarchs, the Most High, slow of anger, great in kindness, forgiving iniquity and transgressions, but who will by no means clear the guilty, visiting iniquities of fathers upon the children to the third and fourth generation. The Most High, his work is perfect for all his ways of justice, God of faithfulness and without iniquity, just and right is he. Shevu. Giving due respect and honor to a head in Israel, Chief Eleazar, to the chiefmen, princes, brothers and sisters, I see unto you the tongue of my forefathers. Shabbat Shalom.
Shabbat Shalom.
Now, this is a day that ought to be reverenced and sanctified according to what God says. According to what God says. Not according to what you think it is. Not according to what we think it is. But we have to follow what God said, what to do and what not to do to keep you from profaning and making this day common like unto the rest of the 6 days. Which means the things that I do on the 6 days, I can't do today. This is something that has to be reiterated over and over constantly. Constantly, this has to be reiterated over and over. Ain't that what the law says? The word Maaseh, Maaseh means one of the words for Maaseh, it means to practice. To practice, when you practice something, it's something that is done continuously. When you practice something, it's something that is done over and over. And anything you practice becomes habitual, becomes a habit. It grows on you, it becomes a part of you. Now you feel out of place when you're not doing it. But the only way you're going to feel out of place when you're not doing it, I got to be into it. I got to be doing it. I have to be doing it. That has become my habit. So now, the day that's coming up that I'm going to speak a little on is Yom Kippur. Yom Kippur. Yom is the day. Kippur or Kippur means atone or to atonement, to expiate, to relinquish, right? The Day of Atonement. Okay? Now, this day was a day to relinquish and get rid of iniquities. That's what this day was for, the nation of Israel. And being that we don't have a high priest to go through with the transferring of the sins of the nations upon the head of the scapegoat, we still bear our sins. We still bear those sins. Not because it hasn't been relinquished. Not because you fast and you go through the Day of Atonement, this Yom Kippur means your iniquities is gone. Because you need a high priest to go through with the process. There's a process that comes with this day, with Yom Kippur. Okay? The high priest will have to confess the sins of the nations upon the head of the scapegoat. But before the high priest confessed the sins of the nation upon the head of the scapegoat, guess what? The high priest already started his fast. He's already fasting. The priest and his whole house already fasting and cleaning up before God. He got to consecrate himself and his house before he get into that. Before he do that. There's no way to do that process today. I done heard certain men go up on the pulpit and say he's going to get rid of the sins of the nations. You better not. Don't even try it. You don't even try it. Because number one, in order to be a high priest, you got to go through what? The consecration. You got to go through the consecration. I cannot promote you to be a priest. I cannot promote you to be a high priest. Therefore, there is no Kohanes here. There's no Kohanes here. Two things you can't be here. There's a Kohen and a king.
That's correct.
Can't have that here. Okay? Because there is an anointing that goes down when you're picking the king. Remember when God sent the prophet Samuel, and he told the prophet Samuel, he said, I done picked the king out of the line of Jesse. Because Saul, I done rejected. I done rejected Saul and I done despised Saul. So therefore, I need you to go amongst the sons of Jesse and anoint me a king over there. There is anointing that goes along when you're picking a king. And there's a process that comes when the high priest is being consecrated. We can't do those two. Okay? Now, there are ways. There are ways to get rid of sins. There are keys in the book where God shows us how to get rid of iniquities. And I read in the book, in Ecclesiasticus, it says, the honoring of the father makes atonement for sins. The honoring of the father makes atonement for iniquities. Mercy and truth makes atonement for iniquities. All these things makes it that we read about here makes atonement for sins. Guess what else? Giving alms to your brothers or to your nation makes atonement for iniquities. Okay? You know what else makes atonement for iniquities? A willing heart. A willing heart, a person or a person with a willing heart, the person that draws that line and don't cross it, don't never goes back, then your niggas will be atoned for, because I never went back. I never went back to that. After I done fasted and confessed it, that's the key. Don't go back. Don't go back to your filth. But we fast and we confess and we fast and we confess and we end up going right back. It don't last. It don't last. As the sun go down, you the same old Johnny. You the same old sister. The same person that never changed. This way of life, not only on Kippur, but this way of life calls for changes. Changing towards the things, the principles of God. The principles that God accepts. We got to realize something, man. Good is not described according to your mind. Good is not described according to our mind, according to what we think is good. Good is only prescribed and spoken on according to what God said is good. God will let you know what is good. God will let you know what is evil. And it's up to you to read the book, or when you hear these holy and righteous and pious words, then we got to change according to that. We read, that's why the book is here. This is why we have the book. Listen, God ain't pulled away too far. He ain't that far to where we can't reach. He's not in arm's reach. He's in arm's reach, man. You know what's the arm's reach? The book. He right here. God is right here. And in order to reach for God and for God to notice you and take your and for you to grab God's attention, we got to start walking according to what we read in the book. We got to start doing the things that is holy and righteous according to what we read in the book. The things that God said is wicked, stay away from it. The things that God said is evil, stay away from it. The things that God said is profane, stay away from it. The things that God said is abominable, stay away from it. Why do we yearn and desire to be like the people? Because we're not the same. We are not like them. Men, we are not like the men out there. So we got to get these nigger mentality out of our minds. That nigger mentality got to go. Because it takes a nigger to go and take a woman, have sex with her when you don't have no intentions on marrying this woman. You have no intentions on marrying this woman. You just want to cohabitate and have sex with her. No, that's not what that woman was put there for. For every man to take a turn. Oh, tomorrow is my turn. Next week is this one turn. Next week is that one turn. No. And the same thing goes for the woman. It's not for you to sleep with every man in the world. But it's for you to settle down, and when you find that designated person that wants to serve God, because there are qualities that you have to look for before you sleep with that woman or before she sleeps with you. Is that man or is that woman worthy? According to the standards of God. Got to match. That's the match. That's the common interest, because listen here. Love is shown by actions. One of the definitions of love is common interest, which means we have to share the same interest. And the number one thing that we have to share is we have to share something in common according to what God says.
That's right. Here.
According to what God says. God says, don't profane the Sabbath. We both on that same wave. We both walking in that same path. We both got that same mindset to serve God and keep his commandments. Then guess what? Everything else falls in line. Because guess what? Because according to what God accepts, now the woman and the man will be accepting it. One. Now we become one.
We got the same views.
We got the same views. We got the same mindsets. The same thing we pushing for. So, again,
If it ain't like that, it ain't right.
If it ain't like that, it ain't going to work.
It's not going to work.
It's not going to work. That's why I don't understand why now we have men, not only the woman, the woman went off and she started messing with heathens. Well, what you did? You've been doing that. You've been going off and seeking after the daughters of the nations that don't consider your God. And then you go and have a baby with her. Now she going to raise your child worshiping idols, celebrating Christmas, and you want to cry. Don't cry. You shouldn't have laid down with her.
I shouldn't have.
You should have stayed away from her.
I should have listened.
Like the song, Keisha Cole, I should have cheated.
I should be a whore.
Listen here, man.
That's the mentality.
That's the mentality. This songs, the music gives you a certain type of mentality, a certain view, and it will transform you and what's the word? It will control you, man. It'll control you, but we gotta learn how to combat it by reading the book. This is why reading the book is so important. Reading the book is so important because by reading the book, you'll begin to attain the mentality of God. You will begin to learn how God thinks. You will begin to learn the things that God accepts and don't accept. Now, because you have walked in the path of righteousness according to what God said, now he looked at you and said, my chosen one. He said, I done chose this man. Huh? He said, this is my saint. Then he called you a saint. Abraham ain't know God called him his friend. I said, Abraham did not know that God called him his friend. You know the first person that knew that? Moses. Remember, God, that's right. Moses went up in the mountain for 40 days and 40 nights. And the whole time that Moses was in that mountain, God is spitting. God spitting to him. Laying it on him. Some things he laid on him ain't even written in the book. And guess what? He knew not to mention it. He knew not to mention it.
Showed him the end, everything.
Showed him the end, showed him the beginning, how it was started. Like I said last week, man, this is the only book that we read about where there's a beginning of how everything started. You can't find that with the Christians. You can't find that with the Muslims. You can't find that with Kabbalah. No religion.
All their books say see Genesis 1. That's a fact.
No religion. You can't find it. But you find it here. But the reason why people tend to reject is because it's a lot of restrictions. It restricts you and it keep you in that thin line to where there's not much room to move. You're restricted. You're restricted from doing a lot of things that you desire. You're restricted from doing a lot of things that I desire. But the grain of evil seed was sown in the heart of man in the beginning, from the time that Adam ate from the tree of knowledge of good and evil. That's why God said in one. That's why in one of the chapters. God said infirmity is permanent. I'm gonna go into that soon. Infirmity is permanent. You know what infirmity is? Infirmity is permanent. That's the negative. That's the defect. That's the blemish. That's that spirit that caused you to turn away from God. But then he also put in you the laws of God so that you have good and evil in you so that you could choose. So that you could choose. You got the counter in you too now. Before God ain't put it that way. But we have the counter in us. We all know what is good. We just refuse to go by it.
We just refuse to go by it.
We just refuse to go by it. We want to follow our own wanton lust. We become stubborn and hard-headed and stiff-necked and want to do our own wanton ways. And guess what? We refuse to acknowledge our fault. And because we refuse to acknowledge our fault, we can't be better with God. We can't be better with God. Man, monkey refused to acknowledge his fault between two people. I offend you, I'm still wrong and strong. And I say, I ain't wrong. The person that I offend remained humble and meek. What is in you to keep that fire all stirred up within you against the person, and the person is remaining weak? That's why certain things is only for the righteous. That's why certain things is only for the people in the book. Proverbs 15 said, a soft answer turneth away wrath. That's not for today. You give a man a soft answer, he get more rowdy. And then he said, yeah, he's soft.
You gonna think something sweet.
Now I can't answer you soft no more. Now I gotta answer you with swords and steel and gun. That's how I gotta answer you.
You gonna think something sweet. I don't want you to think that.
Come on, man, we can't live that way. We can't move that way if we're pursuing righteousness. We can't move that way if we're pursuing godliness. We can't move that way if we're pursuing piety. Can't. In Second Ezra chapter 3. In the Apocrypha. Second Ezra chapter 3. Right? This book, a lot of people don't accept it. Why? Because it shows you things.
I know.
It shows you things.
Straight and direct.
And it's straight and direct. And it shows you and place your sins right in front of you. That book shows you who you are.
Can't get around
It is a 400 separation. 400 year. All right? 400 year separation between the Old Testament and the New. And for those who don't know, the New Testament was written by Israelite renegades. Paul, Luke, Mark, John the Baptist, all those was renegade Jews. Paul was Saul, not the King Saul, the different Saul. All those was renegade Jews that took on to Roman or Greek. Took on to Roman and Greek customs.
First Greek, then Roman.
Yeah.
Syrian.
All right. And then they came up with a religion called Christianity, which derived from astrology and sun worship.
That's what it comes from.
The first person to start that was Nimrod. We read about Nimrod. Nimrod had sex with his own mother.
Yeah.
Nimrod cohabitated with his mother and had a godchild called Tammuz, which was the Jesus today, the 3-in-1. But they said that the mother was immaculately conceived through the sun rays, because Nimrod resurrected into the sun, and the sun rays immaculately conceived, went into the woman, and she had a child. What kind of foolishness is this? And you got the world believing in it. Talking about, it's a black Jesus. Man, fool, go ahead, man. Ain't no black Jesus, ain't no white Jesus. That nigga never existed.
Anyway, to hang on to the idol.
Never existed. In 2nd Ezra chapter 3, verse 4, right? He said, "O Lord, who bearest rule." He said, "Thou spakest at the beginning, when thou didst plant the earth. Before the earth was there, God was there.
Before you put it there.
Before God commanded the land to appear. He said, darkness was upon the face of the deep, and the Spirit of God hovered over the face of the waters. And God said, let there be light. Everything came about through the command of God. There was nothing there, man. Right? When thou didst plant the earth, and thou thyself alone commandest the people, and gave us a body unto Adam without soul. Huh?
Body was just there.
Huh? God created Adam from the dust of the ground. The body is just laying there with no life. And God breathed and put the breath of life and blew it into his nostrils. And every one of us have something that belongs to God. You know what that is? That's the Spirit. That's the breath of life. That's what activates and motivates and moves the body. When the Spirit leaves, the body dies.
If he gathered his spirit,
everything gonna die. Huh? He said, and gave us a body unto Adam without soul, which was the workmanship of thine hand, the workmanship of God's hands. Huh? And did his breathe into him the breath of life, and he was made living before thee. And thou leddest him into paradise. You know what the paradise is? The Garden of Eden. That's what Eden is. Eden means paradise.
The Garden of Paradise.
Enjoyment.
East of Eden.
East of Eden. And you have 4 rivers that connected to the garden.
Where's Eden at now?
Huh? You know what you call that? Irrigation.
Yeah. Throughout the whole garden.
You know what irrigation is? It was no rain. So after God commanded all these things to come about, it's sad, not sad to say, but at this time, the world wasn't found. When God created the heaven and earth, hello, You know what God was creating? That was the Garden of Eden. That wasn't the world. And then God created all this, the trees and everything in it, and then put Adam there. That was the first creation of God. But when man sinned, everything branched out and stretched out. Now you had places stretching out because they got to get out of there.
Now you got the map.
Now you got the map.
A lot of stuff went down.
Man, listen, a lot of things went down.
Gotta leave some of them things alone.
Scientists try to find those rivers.
Garden is east and Eden. Where's Eden?
Scientists try to find those rivers because they want to find the Garden of Eden, but they can't find it. They're not going to get there. They can't find it. God shifted every one of those rivers. He shifted. The only spot that wasn't flooded. I said the only spot that wasn't flooded. When God flooded the earth, the only spot that wasn't flooded by God was that spot. Still there. He said, and unto him thou gavest a commandment to love thy way. Huh? Love thy way, which he transgressed. Which who transgressed? Adam transgressed. Because God gave him one command. One command. Of every tree that's in the garden, thou mayest freely eat. But that tree that's in the midst of the garden, he said, don't touch it. He said, don't eat from it. Not even, don't even touch it. You know how many miles that man had to go? That tree, that specific tree was in the midst of that garden.
And that garden was huge.
Yeah, it wasn't no small area. Wasn't no small area. Right? Now, and unto him thou gavest a commandment to love thy way, which he transgressed. And immediately thou appointest death in him and in his generations, of whom came nations, tribes, people, kindred, out of number, numerous. All men came out of Adam. It said every people walked after their own will. Walked after their own will, did wonderful things before thee, and despised thy commandments. And again, in process of time, thou broughtest the flood upon those that dwelt in the world and destroyed them. And it came to pass on every of them that as death was to Adam, so was the flood to these. Nevertheless, one of them thou leftest, namely Noah. Someone asked me, everybody, as a whole, we didn't pursue and push for godliness. The whole always rejected and despised God, but you all, the majority, but you always found one like Noah. You always found one like Abraham. Sometimes you may have one that pushed for God and the people follow the one that's pushing for God only when that person is around. And then when he died, the people revert back. This is going to explain why.
Why? People like to ask why.
People ask why for a lot of things. It's going to explain why. Because of what I said before. The infirmity in man is permanent. Evil is permanent in us. But God also put the law in us so that we can have a choice. Do this of your own free will, which means you have a choice. Whether you want to walk right and upright with God or you don't want to walk upright with God. It's your choice. Because God don't force us. God don't force us to do nothing. You can't force nobody to do nothing. I will only know if my son want to serve God when he get older. Why God? I don't know. My father said, "Man, see, hey, man." He said, "Yo, come here, man." He said, "Why I gotta be on top of you all the time about godliness, about the laws of God?" And that hard chastening is what build and condition a person to push for God. Because it tells me one thing. No shortcomings. I can't come up short.
No excuses.
I don't have no excuses. I can't come up short. I can't continue to keep coming up short with God. Because guess what? There's no room forever, and I ain't got no time to be playing. We don't have no time to be playing. You know why? Because death is close. Death is near. Ain't no telling how long you're going to live. Not because you're 10 means you're going to live till you see 14. Not because you're 14 means you're going to live to see 20. Not because you're 20 means you're going to live to see 25. Well, hey, when I leave here, I could be meeting my death right after I leave here. You don't know. We don't know. So we got to stay ready, man. We got to stay ready for God. We got to stay ready. Because we don't know when our time is up. God decides that.
That's right. That's right.
He said, nevertheless, one of them thou left his name is Noah, with his household, of whom came all righteous men. And it happened that when they that dwelt upon the earth began to multiply, and has gotten them many children, and were a great people, they began again to be more ungodly than the first. And this took place continuously. We are worse than our fathers. We are nowhere near close to righteousness and godliness than our fathers. So who are you to talk against the men in the book?
Right.
Understand that. I said, who are we to talk against the men in the book? Who are we to talk against the woman in the book? Because we are not of their standards.
No.
We are not of their standards. They are the examples. They are the pace setters. He says Solomon loaned his heart to folly to show man the do's and the don'ts. What to stay away from, what not to stay away from. That's what Solomon did, man. And according to what I read, when he loaned his heart to folly, he said his wisdom remained with him. It never left because God gave him that. Anything that God gives you, you don't lose. Anything that God gives you, you don't lose. So his wisdom remained with him. Even though he loaned his heart to folly and delved into folly and things, but his wisdom remained with him. It said, and it happened that when they that dwelt upon, now when they lived so wickedly before thee, thou didst choose thee a man from among them whose name was Abraham. Abraham. Father Abraham. Father Abraham. And this man was a great man before God. This was the only man that God called his friend. This was a man that God separated from his family and his kindred and his descendant so that he can serve God. Don't worry about that your family is not around. Stop missing your family. You're better than them. You have decided to serve God. I'm your family. I said, I am your family. Let's serve God and push for righteousness. Your family don't want to do this. So God separated them from his family. God separated. And that's when you truly know when a man or a woman has a desire or the will to serve God because he's able to separate himself from his own brother. He's able to separate himself from his own sister. He's able to separate, he or she is able to separate himself from cousins and aunts and uncles that despise and hate your God. Come on, man. Come on, man. And Abraham never went back. Never. He looked. Haran died. What was the righteous thing to do? Learn the ways of God by reading the book. What was the righteous thing to do? Okay, example. My brother got 2 sons. I said, my brother had 2 sons.
Yeah.
It would not be righteous if my brother passed away or he died. Most I forbid. Right? The righteous thing for me to do is to take his 2 sons under my wing. Like they're my sons.
Right.
Guess what? I'm not going to go crazy on them. I would treat them better than my own son. You know why? Let me explain this to you. Why those 2 boys would get treated better than my own son. You know why? Because they don't have their father around to show them that love. They're fatherless. My son knows I love him. He already got that, son. He good. He already know that. He ain't missing that. He got me here. My son got me. He know that. He said, but these guys here don't have their father to show them that. So my heart got to lean towards them and show them that. And the same thing go for my nieces. The uncles got to treat the nieces and the nephews like their own kids. What I ain't gonna do to my son, I'm not gonna do to your son. What I won't do to my daughter, I ain't gonna do to your daughter. And that's what people lack today. I see that lacking. It's lacking here.
You don't see that.
Okay?
You don't see that.
The same respect you want for your wife, you should want for mine, you bastard.
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah, you gotta be a bastard.
That is correct.
Yeah.
That is correct.
You gotta be a bastard, man.
All men will feel that. Any man will feel that. Any man. That's correct.
Gotta be a bastard. But you know why? You know why we don't consider that? You know why we don't consider that? Because we disregard each other.
Yes.
We disregard each other. And because we disregard each other, it's all about me. It's all about me and mine. I ain't gotta offend you to offend you. I will offend you anyway. And then I'm looking at you like, what's your problem, man? That's what puts the separation. I said, that's what builds a wedge between people. Come on, man. He said, him thou lovest, and unto him only thou showest thy will. God saw fit to show Abraham, the only man to show his will, his laws, his commandments. It said, and made us an everlasting covenant with him, promising him that thou wouldest never forsake his seed. You hear that? God said, oh, because you my friend, I ain't gonna never forsake your children. I ain't gonna never forsake Isaac. And what come from Isaac, I ain't never forsaken that. And what come from Jacob, I ain't never forsaken that. And what come from those 12 boys, I ain't never forsaken that, which came about a big nation. That's why God turned towards the nation of Israel and said, y'all, O house of Israel, is my inheritance. Y'all belong to me. I look at y'all like the apple of my eye. And because God took this nation to himself, he gave them jewels and treasure, which is the laws and the commandments and the statutes and of the living God. So now we know how to please this God.
Stay close.
We know how to get his attention. We know how to please this God by taking heed to his laws, by doing that which is lawful and right by God. He said, and unto him thou gavest Isaac, and unto Isaac also thou gavest Jacob and Esau. And as for Jacob, thou didst choose him to thee, and put by Esau. And so Jacob became a great multitude. Jacob and Esau are Shemitic. Okay? Jacob and Esau are brothers. Esau is not the white man.
Right.
Get that out of your mind. Esau is not the white man. Okay? Esau is not the white man. It said he was red and hairy. That doesn't describe white. It says Edom. In the same complexion of Esau, King David had it.
Yeah.
The same complexion of Esau, Solomon had it. And they wasn't white.
Same word, same description.
They wasn't white.
Right.
It said, and it came to pass that when thou leddest his seed out of Egypt, thou broughtest them up to Mount Sinai. When they left Egypt, God brought them to Mount Sinai, that holy mountain that God ascended on and came down on. And the presence of God animated the mountain to where it was skipping. The presence of God lit that whole mountain range on fire. And up to today, that whole mountain range is singed. Up to today, scientists found sulfur on that mountain for proof that that mountain range was on fire. Only a God could ignite a whole mountain range. Only a God. That's why he's a God. Like I explained last week, he said, I am that I am. I will be that I will be. Which means I could come to you in any form. My glory could come down in the cloud. My glory could come down on this mountain in the appearance of fire and light this up. The next thing I could take Moses, put him in the cleft of a rock, move my hand, and show him my back parts. Now I'm visible. You just can't see my face. That's God. That's God, man. That's God. It said, bowing the heavens, thou didst set fast the earth, movest the whole world, and made us the depths to tremble, and troublest the men of that age. And the glory went through 4 gates of fire, earth, wind, cold, that thou mightest give the law unto the seed of Jacob, in diligence unto the generation of Israel. You know what diligence is? Diligence means constant, stay on top of it, all right? All right? It also means having or showing care and consciousness, to be conscientious. Conscientious is the only way we're going to be able to acknowledge our fault before God, because when you have a conscience, it bugs you. When you have a conscience, you develop a desire to make amends for that which you have done wrong. That's when you have a conscience. When a person did wrong, the person feels determined to say, well, you know what? I shouldn't have did this to you. I'm sorry. I apologize. And it won't happen again. A lot of people apologize, but they do the same thing over and over, which means the apology is not accepted. You don't really apologize. Straight cap. Go ahead.
And yet took us down not away from them a wicked heart.
He's saying yet took us down not away from them a wicked heart. God left it there. God left it there. Read.
That thy law might bring forth fruit as them.
You know what that means? So I can know what you choose. So I can know what comes out of you. So I can know if you have any good in you. So I got to leave that wicked heart there. At the same time, you know the laws and the commandments of God. So now I want to know what you want to choose. I want to know what you really want to do. Here's it out. It's all laid out right here. Prove yourself before God. That's where the proving ground comes from. Prove yourself before God. You know who else I got to prove myself to? My parents.
People don't believe that.
My parents.
People don't believe that.
It's not your life. That's a part of honoring. To fulfill the terms and the conditions of that your parents expect of you.
Israelites that don't talk to their parents right now.
My father don't expect me to be serving gods of wood and stone.
That's not their expectation.
That's not their expectation of what they expect of you.
It's not what they expect of you. That's part of honor.
Time sheet.
For the first Adam, bearing a wicked heart, transgressed.
For first, Adam, bearing a wicked heart, transgressed.
And was overcome.
And was overcome.
And so be all they that are born of them. Thus infirmity was made permanent.
Thus infirmity. There go that word infirmity again. I just said it. He said, thus infirmity was made permanent. What is infirmity? Huh? Vitality. Right? Right? Weak of mind, will, or character. Not stable. Okay? That's a blemish. That's a weakness in all men. But God also put the law to balance it out so that you can have a choice. You can fix that and you can get rid of that. Okay, go ahead.
Thus, infirmity was made permanent, and the law also in the heart of
That's
the
right.
people,
God put both good and evil. We have good and evil in us, Tamshi.
in the heart of the people with the malignity of the root.
With the malignity of the root. You know what the malignity of the root is? The malignity is means malice. It's a malevolence. Malevolence is a wish to do. I gotta look it up. I don't have it there. No, I got it. Okay. Thought I had it on the paper. And these are things.
It's not a good word.
No, it's not. These are things that God put in us to prove ourselves before God. All right. Okay. Ill will, spite, or hatred. Right.
Desire to.
Right. Desire to see to do these things. To do things to people that is not justified by God. That's right. And we do things to people, but the same person that's doing it wouldn't like it done to him. Or she wouldn't like it done to her.
Those ones cried it out.
Mm-hmm. How's she?
And the law also in the heart of the people with the malignity of the root, so that the good departed away and the evil abode still. So the times passed away and the years were brought to an end. Then didst thou raise thee up a servant called David.
A servant called David. A man that God said got the same heart as God. God said that. God said that. He said, man, this guy got the same heart as me. King David. That's right. He substantiated that scepter in Judah, man. All kings look to him, look to King David as the example. The path to follow. That's right. Let's read.
Whom thou commandest to build a city unto thy name, and to offer incense and oblations unto thee therein. When this was done many years, then they that inhabited the city forsook thee. And in all things did even as Adam and all his generations had done, but they also had a wicked heart. And so thou gavest the city over into the hands of thine enemies.
Listen, I'm in 2nd Ezra chapter 3. 2nd Ezra chapter 3, verse 28. You see how this thing goes? Do we see the cycle and how the pattern and everything goes? When we turn against God, God turned us so and give us up to the enemies. Made us be a subject to them. Why? Because we turned away from the things that God said that we need to keep to remain in the land. We didn't keep it. Exactly. Let's read.
Verse 28. Are their deeds then any better that inhabit Babylon?
You ain't no better than the inhabitants of Babylon. Come on, Akshay, just like today, we ain't no better than the Americans. You know why? Because we yearn to be just like them. We want to be like them. We think the same like them. Our actions and everything about us is the same like them. Let's read.
Are their deeds then any better than inhabit Babylon? That they should therefore have the dominion over Zion.
Time sheet.
But when I came thither, and had seen impieties without number. Then my soul saw many.
When I came thither and had seen impieties. You know what impieties is? Not pious. Lacking reverence or proper respect for God or parents. Or parents. That's impious. Tom Street.
Without number. Then my soul saw many evildoers in this 30th year, so that my heart failed me.
Tom Street.
For I have seen how thou sufferest them sinning, and hast spread wicked doers. I have spared. He
said, if I have seen how thou sufferest them sinning, and has spared wicked doers, and has destroyed thy people,
and has preserved
thy enemies,
and has not signified.
Has not signified it.
I do not remember how this way may be led. Are they then of Babylon better than they of Zion? Or is there any other people that know it thee besides Israel? Or what generation had so believed thy covenant as Jacob?
That's Ezra. Ezra crying out.
Ezra speaking, yeah.
Ezra crying out. He said, yeah, you know what he's saying? He said, yeah. He said, we did this, we did that, we wrong. But in the nation, he said, we are the only people that your name is known in. We still call on your name, oh Lord. Basically, he asking God for mercy. He's having mercy upon us. And take this into consideration. Acknowledge this.
These are points.
That's right. These are pointers. Tom C.
And yet their reward appeareth not.
He said,
read. And their labor hath no fruit. For I have gone here and there through the heathens.
But I have gone here and there through the heathens.
And I see that they flow in wealth.
And I see that they're flowing well. They're doing good. They're rich. They got all the money in the world. Yeah. But that don't determine if God like you or not. Right. That don't determine if you're blessed. Or not, Tom C.
I have gone here and there through the heathen, and I see that they flow in
They're flowing well.
And think not upon
but they don't think upon your laws. They don't think upon your commandments.
Weigh thou therefore our wickedness now in the balance.
He said, weigh the things that we do according to things that they do. And they will come up way more in wickedness than us.
And theirs also that dwell in the world. And so shall thy name nowhere be found.
So shall thy name be nowhere be found in Israel. And notice one thing. Israel, at this point in time, was at our lowest estate with God. Our lowest. We was done. But guess what? Ezra never rejoiced at the fall of them. He never said good for them. Oh, let them go do it. Boom. That's not what a righteous and pious man that's serving God and seeking God is going to say. That's not the mindset of a godly man. When we have these mindset and we say certain things, we got to correct our mindset and stop being stubborn. Go ahead, read. Tom C.
Well, when was it that they which dwell upon the earth have not sinned in thy sight? Or what people had so kept thy commandments? Thou shalt find that Israel by name had kept thy precepts, but not the heathen.
Thou shalt find that Israel by name had kept thy precepts and not the heathens. Let's read Psalms 112. Let me hit up a couple verses in Psalm 112, then we're going to go to Deuteronomy 32.
Psalms chapter 112. Praise ye the Lord. Blessed is the man that feareth the Lord.
Praise ye the Lord. Blessed is the man that feareth the Lord. The word for fear is yareh. To fear is to be afraid of. But why we need to be afraid of God? So that we don't offend him. Why we need to be afraid of God? So that we don't break his laws. Be afraid to steal. Be afraid to tell a lie. Be afraid to covet. Be afraid to commit adultery. It goes hand in hand. That's it. So, because if we are not afraid, then you won't make the necessary decisions according to the standards of God. That's why fear is very important. That's why fear is very important. We need fear so that we can continue to do these laws in perfection. people say you can't be perfect. Yes, you can. You can be perfect. Don't never go outside without your fringes. And when you put on your fringes, God said put it on 4 corners. You can't put fringes on without putting it on 4 corners. And in the Hebrew it said, when you make a fringe or when you have a fringe, tekelet, patil tekelet. Patil is a threaded. Tekelet is a blue. Patil tekelet is a thread of blue. Singular. One thread. You can't wear blue fringes. One thread of blue. So in order for this here to be done in perfection, we got to do it according to what we read in the book. That's how we can perfect these laws, commandments, and statutes. Let's read.
Blessed is the man that feareth the Lord, that delighteth greatly in his commandments.
Blessed is the man that feareth the Lord, that delighteth greatly in his commandments. What does delight mean? The word for delight in the Hebrew is kapetz. Kapetz means to desire. Blessed is the man that feareth the Lord, that desire greatly in his commandments. This is something that I have to want to do. That man or that person is blessed. I have to desire to do these laws. I got to develop a desire to accomplish these laws. I got to develop a desire to love the Sabbath day. I got to develop a desire for God. For God, man. And guess what? Nothing comes before the commandments and the laws and the statutes of God. One thing we got to realize is that if you don't find it in the book, don't do it. All our celebrations and traditions is in the book. If it ain't in the book, then we shouldn't be celebrating it. We shouldn't be celebrating it. There is no New Year. Nowhere in the book says we had a New Year. In the Hebrew, it says beginning of months. That's it. Beginning of months. Never had a New Year, and it wasn't about a New Year. What it was, the day was Yom Teruah. The Israelites, renegade Israelites, came on Aksha like today, switched the thing around and said, Shabbat Torah. Hey, shalom, brother, Shabbat Torah. Shalom, sister, Shabbat Torah. Shabbat Torah. Go ahead with all this. What's wrong with y'all? Now he didn't say, your New Year is this one, but our New Year. No, we didn't have nothing to say like these people, man. The day is Yom Teruah, the day of the blast, the day that the nation of Israel met God. That's what the day is about. Not no damn New Year. Cut off.
The majority of Israel is cut off. God don't want.
Nowhere. And you know, one brother agreed with me. I ain't gonna mention his name, but if I could find his post, if I could find that brother post, I'm gonna read it. Read it for you. Let me see if I can find it. Yeah.
Feast of Boots at the end of the year.
That's right.
All of that is in the
If
same
I could
month.
only find his post. But where we at? Read it. I'm gonna continue reading while.
Verse 2. His seed shall be mighty upon earth.
His seed shall be mighty upon the earth.
The
Read.
generation of the upright shall be blessed.
Wait a minute. The generation. Huh? Wait a minute. All right, let's go back now. To desire, right? Is when you just strongly desire God and his laws, that's a conscious impulse. That's a strong urge. It's an urge. It's a conscious impulse towards his law, which would cause enjoyment or satisfaction. That's when you will begin to find enjoyment in God and have satisfaction in God, to develop strong intentions for God, because it comes in steps and stages. First, I got to develop the desire. If I didn't develop the desire for God, I'm not going to have no enjoyment. I'm not going to have no satisfaction. Everything comes in steps and stages, man. All right, go ahead, read. Verse
verse 2.
Wait a minute.
He
Well,
said,
verse
blessed is
2.
the
Verse
man that
2.
feareth the Lord
Uh-huh.
and delighted in his commandments. His seed shall be mighty upon earth.
His seed shall be mighty upon earth.
The
Read.
generation of the upright shall be blessed.
The generation of the upright shall be blessed. The word for upright is yashar. Yashar means straightforward and just. Straightforward means what? Free from evasiveness. All right? Evasive means avoid commitment or self-revelation. So you're going to be free from that. You're not going to avoid from committing to God. All right? Self-revelation is the act of showing your own thoughts, feelings, and opinions. I'm not going to be showing my own thoughts, feelings, and opinions if it doesn't correlate with what God says. Because it ain't right. It's not right. And just only means what? Conforming to what is right by God. These things are godly traits. These are godly traits. These are not traits that just anybody have. These are godly traits. Go ahead, read.
Wealth and riches shall be in his house.
Wealth and riches shall be in his house.
And his righteousness endureth forever.
Uh-huh.
Unto the upright there ariseth light in the darkness.
Unto the upright. Right? There ariseth light in the darkness. Tamshi.
He is gracious and full of compassion and righteous.
He's gracious, full of compassion and righteous. Who's full of grace? Who's gracious? Who's full of compassion? Huh? No. It said, unto the upright there ariseth light in the darkness. The man that pursue uprightness in God, he's going to have light in darkness, right? And that man that pursue uprightness in God, he's going to be gracious and full of compassion and righteous, which means you're going to be like God. Huh? It ain't talking about the Creator. It's talking about you and me. If we pursue righteousness, we will have the same traits like unto God, as in being gracious, as in being compassion, having compassion. That's why you see certain people, not everybody had gracious. Not everybody is gracious. Not everybody had compassion. Then you can tell if a person is gracious, if a person has gracious in the grace in them, because gracious means what? Courteous or kind. Now, according to how you treat people, I could tell that you don't have the trait of God in you. You don't have graciousness in you. Because I could tell how you treat that person. Huh? You don't have the trait of God in you, as in compassion. Because compassion is what? Sympathetic pity and concern for the suffering of others. Which means I'm not going to look at you, see you suffering, and say, that's good for you. I don't care about these people. They damn look at these people. People. What if God said that to you? Because you defecated on God's law one time or another. Hey, you still defecating on this law. You ain't perfect and pushing for these laws 100%. What if God defecate on you? Huh? But God don't do that to us. So why we do that to people? I said, why we do that to people? If you got the trait of God, then that's what you're going to put in line. But you know what the problem is? I'm going to tell you what the problem is, Johnny. We think we know it all. We don't leave no room to learn. Like the brother said last week, he said, I'm still learning. Yeah, I'm still learning too. Nobody knows it all. I said the trait of God is having compassion and being gracious. Learn what those words is. Now I will know how I need to be. Let's read verse 4. Verse 5.
A good man showeth favor and lendeth. A good man showeth favor and he lend. A good man showeth favor
and he lends. The book shows us what a good man is. If I got a little, I give you a little. If I got a lot, I give according to what I have. God gave you so that to see if you'll be able to help other people. But then you go to certain people that have it and they down talk you. They want to use that as a hang up or a rope to guide you and steer you around. It said, a good man showeth favor and lend it, Tumshi.
He will guide his affairs with discretion.
Oh, man. Oh, man. I say, oh, man. He will guide his affairs with discretion. What does discretion mean? I said, what does discretion means? Huh? Discretion is speaking in a such a way as to avoid causing offense or revealing private information. And this is what I noticed with us today. I get angry at you. Now I start saying things to you that I don't need to be saying. I start offending you in words that I shouldn't be saying.
Right.
All because you're angry.
Yeah.
You done got emotional.
Yeah.
Emotions gets in the way of you serving God.
Yeah.
If I get angry at you, John, I'm not going to invite you to my private part.
That's right.
It ain't going there. It ain't going there. It ain't going there.
Take time.
If I get angry at you, John, I'm not going to start hating your children.
True.
Calling them bastards. Calling your wife out of her name.
Right.
No!
That's right.
People like that, you got to stay away from. Because number one, they don't really, in order for a man or for a person, in order for God to recognize your fault, you got to go to God and confess.
Mm-hmm.
You say, well, I did this.
And so,
Don't you think that stands between us? If I offend you, what makes me smaller to come and say, yo, Mick,
Address
let me address this matter, man.
yeah.
I'm wrong, man.
Yeah.
I shouldn't have called your wife out of her name.
That's right.
I shouldn't have invited you to my private part.
That's right.
I shouldn't have told your kids and took your kids and hung them over the roof and told them to
That's
go
right.
to hell.
That's right.
Why we can't come to each other and reconcile, rectify
That's right.
situations
That's right.
that goes down between us?
Yeah.
Why?
It's
Why?
A low life.
What you say?
A low life.
Because we got too much pride, the brother said.
Yeah.
Because we got too much pride.
That's right.
And guess what? Our pride tells us, our pride that we have in us tells us that I'm better than you.
Yeah.
I'm better than you. I ain't got to humble myself to you. You can't
Right.
serve God.
Uh-huh.
I said, you, that person that think like that can't serve God.
That's right.
Can't. There's no way. Where we at, man?
Verse 6.
Let's read it.
Surely he shall not be moved forever. The righteous shall be in everlasting remembrance.
That's
He
Read.
shall not be afraid of evil tidings. His heart is fixed, trusting in the Lord. His heart is established. He shall not be afraid until he see his desire upon his enemies.
Okay, let's cut that. Let's go to Deuteronomy chapter 32. Huh?
That's the song.
Yeah. Okay, that's a song. Yeah. Go to Deuteronomy chapter 32.
Deuteronomy chapter 32.
Yeah.
Give ear, O ye heavens, and I will speak. And hear,
Huh?
O earth,
Give
the words
ear.
of my mouth.
Give ear, O ye heavens, and I will speak. And what?
And hear, O earth, the words of my mouth.
Is that God calling for witnesses? Huh? Is that God calling for witnesses?
Yeah.
Which means a matter cannot be established without 2 or more witnesses. Which means we serve a God that do not go against his own word. Huh? We serve a God that don't go against his own word. But you want me to condemn this man off of what you said.
Yeah.
You out of your cotton picking mind, Johnny. You know who Johnny is? Johnny's the rebellious one. Johnny's the evildoer. Johnny's the unrighteous one. Johnny is the one that does not conform to what God says. Johnny could be anybody. That's who Johnny is. Hey, well, hell, even a woman could be Johnny.
That's right.
Yeah.
Keep violating God's law. Your name is Johnny.
Oh, yeah. Johnny.
John.
Let's go. He said, give ear, O ye heavens, and I will speak, and hear, O earth, the words of my mouth. Let's go.
My doctrine shall drop as the
You know what
rain.
the doctrine is? You know what the doctrine is? The word for doctrine is lequak. Lequak means teachings, knowledge, and wisdom. Teachings is an accepted set of belief to know the disagreeable consequences of some actions. So a teacher is going to show you where you went wrong at.
That's right.
A real teacher is going to show you your iniquities. A real teacher is going to show you your faults. But when the teacher show a person their faults, the person get angry and he takes it personal. Or maybe she takes it personal. I ain't talking about you. I ain't. Where my word at, man? Oh, I put it down. And you hit it for me.
No.
All right, Johnny.
Right here, bro. Put it out the way.
Teachings. A teacher is going to show you your faults, man. But when you show a person or a man their faults, they get more angry. And they tell you the brother is throwing stones. The brother is throwing darts. Huh? Huh?
Ain't got time.
No.
We don't have time for that.
No.
Students with their own thoughts.
No. Get rid of it.
Go to another class.
Right.
That's what a teacher does, though.
Right. Now, to instruct by precepts, example, or experience. Those 3 are keys. The teacher can teach you off of precepts, which is the laws. The teacher can teach by using examples because he's been through it and it happened and he's seen it. And the teacher can also teach through experience. That's how you make your teachers. You just don't put any sucker up there to go up there and full of us and talk. No.
Yeah.
No.
Everybody
First of all, I got to know your mind frame according to the laws of God. Because I don't need you going up there telling people, I don't need you going up there telling the people that it's okay to shave your head.
Yeah.
I don't need you up there going up there telling a woman that they can wear pants and you blood and fat.
Yeah.
And that's what the problem is.
The teacher got a season.
One guy,
That's the problem.
one Israelite does yoga on Shabbat.
And yoga, oh my goodness.
Yoga on Shabbat.
Yoga is devil worship. Yoga is the worship of the sun, is worship of the sun god. Because those positions, each position is an honor of the sun god.
That's right. Let me show you how real it is.
Okay.
They don't want to teach the kids work in school. Guess what they're trying to put in schools now?
What?
Yoga classes.
Oh,
in public school.
No way.
Yes.
Are you lying?
I'm dead serious. Remember we seen on the news.
Yeah.
No, man.
They're gonna start putting yoga classes in public schools. That's to get all the kids to serve the devil. Like, it's real, bro.
No.
Everything that God is dictating,
No.
they teach it in
It's
school.
real.
I gotta go down to that school now.
It's real.
My son ain't doing no yoga position.
I'm
I'm gonna go down there and I'm gonna tell them when y'all decide to do that yoga foolishness, I want my son out of the room.
That's right.
I don't want him in that room.
That's right.
My son don't stand and pledge no allegiance to no flag.
Nah,
That's right.
never.
We pledge allegiance to the commandments of God.
That's it.
We pledge allegiance to Exodus 20,
Right.
the laws, statutes, and commandments of God. That's what we pledge allegiance to,
You be the only one
not to
sitting
no
down.
flag.
Only one sitting down.
Let's read. Now, precepts is a general. Okay, go ahead.
My doctrine shall drop as the rain. My speech shall
Now-
be still as the
Precepts. Precepts is a general rule to regulate behavior or thoughts.
everybody. General.
The precepts is the laws, commandments, and statutes. And by you taking heed to the laws, commandments, and statutes, it will regulate your behavior. What is your behavior? How you act with who? Not your behavior, how we act with one another, with each other, and how we thought, and how we treat each other, how we thinking pattern. Time sheet, verse 3.
Verse 2.
Verse 3. Start from 3. Yeah.
Because I will publish the name of the Lord.
Because I will publish the name of God. You know what's the word for publish? It's quadet. Quadet means to proclaim. To proclaim means to declare something one considers important with emphasis. It has to be said. It has to be mentioned. Now you will know if this person is really into God and His laws and His commandments. Because some people are afraid to inform their parents. Well, mama, listen. I lived one way. Well, father, listen. I live one way. Well, listen, son and daughter. I live one way. You got to proclaim the commandments and the laws of God to these people. But a person that truly believes will do that automatically. Let's read.
Ascribe ye greatness unto our God. He is the rock. His work is perfect. For all his ways
He is the rock, and his work is perfect. The creations of God was perfect. The creation of God was perfect. He said, after the 6th day, he said, man, he said everything was perfect. He said everything was good. In the evening and the morning was the 6th day. And mind you, you don't start the Shabbat when it's dark.
No.
That's not evening.
That's not evening.
12 midnight.
You don't start the Shabbat when it's dark. In Nehemiah chapter 13, it says, when it began to get dark, he shut the gates. The word for dark is zalu. Zalu means when the shadow is cast. There's no shadow when it's dark, John.
You need light.
You need light to have a shadow. So before it got dark, when the shadow was cast and the sun is on his way down, Nehemiah shut the gates. Nothing come in, nothing come out. The man of Tyree, get up out of here. No more selling fish and wares here. Get up out of here. You come back over here at the gates, I'm going to lay hands on you. That's right. Then he had to chase some Israelites away from the gates because they were lingering by the gates to buy fish from heathens that don't regard God. Let's read.
He is the rock. His work is perfect.
He is the rock. Huh? His work is perfect.
For all his ways of judgment.
For all his ways of judgment.
A God of truth.
A God of truth.
Without iniquity.
And without iniquity.
Just and right is he.
Without iniquity. Just and right is he. The word for iniquity is awel. Awel means injustice. Awel also means to be unfair. It means iniquity, wrong. Injustice is violation of rights of others. Unfair is when you're not free from self-interest or favoritism. You can't serve God only interested about oneself.
Me.
All about me. But what about him? What about him? What about them? What about how God feels?
Yeah.
We don't consider that. Therefore, you can't serve God.
That's
Like
right.
Joshua said,
That's
you
right.
can't serve the Lord.
That's right.
But he's a righteous and holy God.
That's right.
Huh?
That's right.
How your parents
That's
feel.
right.
How I feel don't count.
Right.
Huh? Notice that.
That's right.
When you are selfish, you cannot serve God.
Yeah.
You can't serve God because the laws tells me, these laws that I read about in the book tells me to consider you. And the laws in the book tells you to consider me.
That's right.
Now, if you don't consider me, I gotta continue to consider you. But the only thing different is that I will put a separation now. Because I'm the only one considering, and you ain't considering.
Right.
So I don't want to get jammed.
Yeah.
And I'm not going to put myself in the same boat as you.
You're gonna become a prey.
Exactly. Let's read.
He is the rock. His work is perfect.
He is the
For
rock.
all his ways
His
of
work is
judgment,
perfect.
without of truth and without iniquity.
All his ways of
Just
judgment.
Just and right is he.
Let's read it.
They have corrupted themselves.
They have corrupted themselves. Who corrupted themselves?
That's right.
We have corrupted ourselves.
Can watch that.
Just like today. You know how we corrupt ourselves? By doing the things that is unlawful by God. By doing the things that is unlawful by God. Shiket means to be corrupt. It means to mar. It means to ruin. It means frustration. It means failure and disaster. Mar means to detract from the wholeness or perfection of.
Back up.
To back up from that which is lawful and right by God.
Yeah.
To ruin means to subject to frustration, failure, and disaster. And this is what God subjected us to.
This is your ruin.
That's our ruin. God ruined us, man.
So you shall be ruined.
Frustration to induce feeling of discouragement.
Frustrate their desire.
That's why one of the part of the book said to frustrate the designs. And when your designs is frustrated, you become
It
discouraged.
ain't gonna work.
You become discouraged.
Right.
You become discouraged to do these laws, commandments, and statutes. Failure means to lose strength, to weaken. And you need strength to serve God.
That's right.
You need strength.
You need strength to serve God because the grain of evil seed is sown in us.
Constant fight.
We have good and evil in us.
Right.
So I need the strength of God to combat the evil that is in me.
Detect and combat.
To detect it and fight it. But we are not detecting. We're not detecting the evil in us.
Now use your antennas.
We're not detecting the evil that is in us. You know why? Because two things we got to get rid of. It's pride and vanity, being vain. You can't serve God with those two things. I read certain psalms, certain prayers where the holy and righteous and pious men ask God for certain things. He said, "Guard my tongue from evil and my lips from speaking guile." This is what this guy, King David, is asking God. He said, "I don't want to speak things that is contrary."
He said, "Open my heart to that Lord."
I don't want to speak deceit. He said, "Guard my tongue from evil, my lips from speaking guile. Unto such was made the desire, then was guard my tongue from evil.
Let my soul be dumb.
Unto such is curse, let my soul be dumb." Yeah. Let my soul be dumb. Unto all as the dust.
Open my
heart to thy Lord. Let my soul pursue thy commandments. These are things that we need to ask God, man.
Yeah.
These are things that we need to ask God.
Yeah.
We're taking this thing here for a joke.
That's right.
Let's read.
Their spot is not the spot of his children.
Oh, this is the deep verse here. This is a deep verse. Verse 5, right?
Yeah.
It says they have corrupted themselves, right?
Right.
Their spot is not the spot of his children. Right? In the Hebrew, it says she kept law. She kept law, right? His destruction, law banai mumah. His destruction shall not blemish his son. Huh? Isn't that heavy? Don't that remind me of something? Remind me of Cain. You know why I say remind me of Cain? Because Cain was not accepted of God. And because he wasn't accepted of God, God did not accept his offering. Okay? And his countenance fell. He was sad because he wasn't accepted by God, as we all should. But the thing is that they was able to detect that and see and know when God's attention was turned away. They knew it. They felt it. They were so close to him that they could tell. Yeah. The same way with you and your parents. You know when your parents, your mother or your father is not in good we're not in good grace in the eyes of our parents. Because maybe you may come and ask your mom something, she ignore you the first time, then you ask it again, and she answers you with a rough answer. You know, he must mad at me. My husband's mad at me. You know, the same way that relationship they had with God. So they knew when God wasn't at peace with them. So, and it came to pass that Cain told everything to Abel, and he killed them after. I'm gonna fast forward. God told Cain, he said, listen, Cain said, my punishment is greater than I can bear. It's too much for me. You know what God told him? God said, I'll set a mark upon you. God put a mark on him to prevent anybody from killing him. His mercy. His mercy, even though he messed up. And that's what this verse reminds me of. We are sinful before God. But he said his blemish will not, his blemish, his destruction shall not blemish his son. Who is his son? Israel. Tom Sheet.
They are a perverse and crooked generation. Do ye thus requite the Lord, O foolish people, and unwise?
Do ye just requite the Lord, O foolish people? The word for requite means to repay. Can you repay God? We can't repay God. The only thing we can do by pleasing God is by taking heed to his laws, commandments, and statutes. Obedience is better than sacrifice. Obedience is better than sacrifice. Because if I obey, I don't have to sacrifice. I ain't got to set up a sin offering. I don't have to set up a peace offering. You hear the things that was set up for us? We was able to set up a sin offering, and after the sin offering, the peace offering came to regain the favor of God, to get back in good graces in the eyes of God. Man. And guess what? Those things worked.
Oh yeah.
Those things worked. That's why it was different concoction. It was holy. That's why we were so holy and so close, because we knew what to do. We had the key to getting close to God, man. We had the key. We had it, man. We had it, man. But our downfall was that we desired to be like the heathens and the nations round about. We wanted to be like everybody else. That's right. We wanted to be just like them.
Like now.
Just like now. And that is our downfall.
What are you doing with a Christmas tree in your house, man?
Let's read.
Is it not he, thy father, that had brought thee? Hath he not made thee and established thee?
What verse you at?
7.
Go ahead.
I remember the days of old.
Remember the days of old.
Consider the years of many generations.
Consider the years of many generations.
Ask thy father, and he will show thee. Thy elders, and they will tell thee. When the Most High divided the nation.
Okay, hold up. Hold number 7.
Gotcha.
Right? He said, do ye thus requite the Lord, O foolish people and unwise? He said, is not he thy father that had brought thee? Had he not made thee and established thee?
Made
You know what the word for establish? Kaknun, right? It means to be prepared. It means to be firm. It means to be stable. The Most High was preparing the seed of Jacob, putting them through that rough terrain to strengthen them all that time in the wilderness. Getting them ready. Preparing them, training them. That's why God put us through certain things to strengthen us, to condition us. That's why God put us through it, man. So that you have the will and develop the will and the courage and the strength to keep pushing. To be, that's right. To be prepared means to put through special process or a treatment. That's when God is preparing you. He put you through certain process, certain treatment. The process was, let's bring them through the wilderness. I'm going to try them. This hard, rough terrain. Let's bring them through this wilderness.
Nothing out there.
Nothing out there to eat. Nothing out there to drink. Let me see who your trust going to fall. Where your trust lies at. That's why God did that. Firm, not weak or undecided, able to resist the external forces. Undecided meaning you ain't made your mind up. You didn't make your mind up. No matter how many times I done showed you proof, your mind still ain't made up. That's right. Stable, not changing or fluctuating. Steady in purpose. When you're steady, you're able to resist forces tending to change your mind away from God. That's when you're steady. That's when you're steady in the laws and the commandments of God. Nobody can change your mind. Nobody can detour you. Your girlfriend can't come to you and say, girl, we going to hang out Friday night. Let's go and chill. And you're going to listen. Nobody can detour you or detract you. Let's read verse 7.
Remember the days of old. Consider the years of many generations.
Remember the days of old.
Consider the years
of many generations.
Ask thy father. And he will show thee. Thy elders. They will tell thee.
Why God said go back? Basically, he's telling us to go back. Why? Because before was better than now.
This is where how it's supposed to be done before.
Before was better than now.
That's correct. You didn't do this
right.
before.
That's
it
why.
It didn't look like this before.
Yeah, it wasn't like this before. Let's read.
When the Most High divided to the nations their inheritance.
When the Most High divided the nations their inheritance.
When he separated the sons of Adam.
When he separated the sons of Adam.
He set the bounds of the people according to the number of the children of Israel.
Let's read.
For the Lord's portion is his people.
For the Lord's portion is Israel.
Jacob is the lot of his
Jacob is the lot of my inheritance.
He found them in the desert land.
Look, how did we become God's people? How do we become the inheritance of God was because of one man who was Abraham. This man had what you call blind allegiance. Blind allegiance. Do we know what blind allegiance is? I ain't got to give you proof for everything that I say. I ain't got to give you explanation for everything that I say. I said God likes it. This is what God said. Oh, that's what God said? Oh, God said don't do this. I ain't going to ask why. I said, okay, solid. The next thing come after that is solid. Okay, it's done. I'm not going to say why or ask why. But you have to understand that I'm coming from a lifestyle. No, I ain't. All I gotta understand is that you was put here to die. That's it. We all gonna die. That's the only thing that we know for sure. You're gonna die. Nothing is promised forever. So while you're here, make the best of it. How do you make the best of it? By following the things in the curriculum and the standards that God set. Abraham ain't do that. Ask God why. He wants an explanation of why he got to circumcise his son. Why the 8th day, God?
What does it mean?
Why we can't circumcise him on the first day? God didn't explain it to him. Why he said the 8th day? Why you just can't? What was the reason? Why we can't circumcise him as soon as it come out the womb? He didn't ask why. God said the 8th day. Well, listen here. Isaac's born on the born 8 days later. He getting circumcised. And that's what that man had in him. Blind allegiance. Blind allegiance is when you don't got to show the person explanation and excuses. You don't have to do all that. Because Abraham believed in God. And guess where he came from? He came from a lifestyle of serving idols. He came from Babylon serving idols. Now the book shows us an example. This guy come from serving Jesus in church. This one come from serving Muslim. He's serving Baal, whatever he's worshiping. This one want to go to Africa and serve Watusis and African religions. And then when they come to learn about God, they want to start making comparison from what God said to their past. That's not how it goes. I said, that's not how it go, man. I said, that's not how it goes. You're going to drive yourself crazy. You're going to mess around and drive me crazy. Listen, man, I'm telling you, this is the way of life and the way that God prescribed for man. And when you're coming to serve this God, guess what? Clear your mind from the rest of that foolishness that you learned before. I don't want to hear that. Well, what I learned before, I don't want to hear that. But you got to understand, no, I ain't got to understand nothing. You got to understand that this is the way of life and the way that God prescribed for man and woman to live. Any other way is not good. Any other way, you are destined to go to the pit. You are destined for destruction. You are cut off. God don't want you.
Because you don't want God. You turned your back on him.
Facts.
That's why your life is in shambles right now. Think about it. It's
Understand
not my
that.
fault.
Understand that. Let's read.
Verse 10. He found him in a desert
Found him
land,
in the desert.
and in a waste howling
Howling wilderness.
He led him about.
He led him
He
about.
instructed
He
him.
instructed
He kept
him.
him as the
The word for instruction is being. Sophie. He instructed him.
He kept him as the apple of his eye.
Now, go ahead.
He kept him as the apple of his eye.
He instructed him. He kept him as the apple of his eye.
As an eagle stirred up her nest, fluttered over her young, spread it abroad her wings, taketh them, buried them on her wings. So the Lord did alone. So the Lord alone did lead him.
Now, the word for instructed, it also means he said he gave heed. To heed means to pay attention to. To take notice of. God instructed them. God took notice to these people. Because of one man. And because he took notice of them and he gave his attention to them, he gave them his laws, commandments, and statutes. Read.
That's who did it. He led him about. He instructed him. He kept him as the apple of his eye. As an eagle stirred up her nest, fluttered over her young, spread it abroad her wings, taketh them, buried them on her wings. So the Lord alone did lead him. And there was no strange.
So the Lord alone. So God alone did lead him. And what? And there was no strange God with him.
That's right.
Come on, man. I said there was no strange God with him.
That's right.
Only the one side.
So who is with God when he created nobody? Who is with God? Nobody. Who is with God with nobody? But it said, I said nobody. I said God is alone. He did everything alone. When he said, let us make man, you know who he was talking to? The only thing that was there with God was his angels and wisdom. That's it.
Wisdom was there.
Wisdom Angels was made first. That's right. Wisdom was there.
And ain't no such thing as ghosts.
That's it. Ain't no such thing as a ghost, and God don't have a counterpart.
Come on.
God don't have a wife.
Clear all of that up,
On
man.
top of it,
I said, God don't have a wife. You know, all these deities have wives.
wives.
Horus had a
They
wife.
have mothers.
The Babylonian, all these deities had a wife.
Look,
They had families.
they ain't got no daddy.
No father.
No daddy. All the women were born
Praise
stood alone.
by ghosts.
Stood alone.
Time sheet.
So the Lord alone did lead him, and there was no strange God with him. He
Uh-huh.
made him ride on the high places of the earth,
Uh-huh.
that he might eat the increase of the fields, and made him to suck honey out of the rock,
Uh-huh.
and oil out of the flinty rock,
Uh-huh.
butter of kine,
Uh-huh.
milk of sheep,
Uh-huh.
fat of lamb,
Uh-huh.
with rams of the breed of Bashan,
Uh-huh.
and goats with the fat of the kidneys of wheat.
Uh-huh.
And thou didst drink the pure blood of the grape.
Gave us the best, man.
That's the best.
God gave us the best. Made us ride on the high places. At one point in time, we was riding high, man. We was riding high at a point in time in history, but we dropped. Our standards with God dropped. Our principalities with God dropped. Our standards with God dropped. Our dominion with God dropped. You know what told me? Remind me about that word dominion. Refer me back to Jeremiah 13 when God said your principalities and your dominion shall decline. You know what the dominion is? When Joshua, dominion over what? Dominion over the constellations. When Joshua was able to stop the sun because the sun was going down. It wasn't dark yet. It was on the 6th day. The Shabbat's coming in. He's at war. He stopped the sun. He said, stand out still. We don't got that power no more to stop no sun. We can't command the elements that God at one point in time gave us the power over the elements. Gave us dominion over the elements. We don't got that no more. I said our dominions declined and dropped. Our principalities dropped. Our standards dropped. Read.
But Yeshurun, wax fat and kick.
Yeshurun, wax fat and kick. Yeshurun, upright one. That's what it means. The upright one.
Another word for Israel.
Another word for Israel. He said he waxed fat and kick. He started doing good. He started excelling. And he got good and he got good. And everything, so he's going riding high and he forgot God. That's the nature of men today.
He got rich.
He got rich
and forgot.
and forgot God. Tom, see?
Thou art waxen fat.
Uh-huh.
Thou art grown thick.
Uh-huh.
Thou art covered with fatness.
Mm-hmm.
Then he forsook God which made him.
Then he forsook God, which made him. The word for forsook is natash, nun tet shin. It means to renounce, to forsook or to renounce. Forsook means to abandon. Huh? Renounce means to formally declare one's rejections.
Oh no, I don't do that no more.
That's also forsaking God. When you speak, when you declare your rejection, when you start talking about what you don't agree with,
don't do no more.
when you start talking about what I don't do no more,
Yeah, you want to
when you start talking about I don't like this, I don't agree with this, I don't like this because it doesn't correlate with your sick mind. Because your mentality is you have acquired the mentality, that heathenistic mentality that doesn't correlate with what God says. That don't correlate with what God said. And then you start speaking on it.
You declare it.
You declaring it. You declare that quick. But you won't declare the righteousness of God.
Say it again, brother.
Say
it again, brother.
You won't
That
declare the righteousness of God.
That bold.
Sounds like a cut off individual.
Come on, man. Let's read.
Miserable.
And lightly esteemed the rock of his salvation.
Lightly esteemed the rock of his salvation. You know what's the word for esteem? Lightly esteem in the Hebrew, it means to be unmindful. When you lightly esteem God, It means to be unmindful, not conscious or aware of.
Not even thinking about it.
Not conscious or aware of what God accepts. Huh? That's when you are unmindful of God. When you become unmindful of God, you don't forget to turn the burners on before the sunset. When you're unmindful of God, you know not to carry a burden on the Sabbath day. Jeremiah 17 said, do not carry, you should not exit your house with a burden. Okay? What is a burden?
Anything that's carried.
A burden is anything that is carried.
And that thing.
It doesn't depict
The weight.
the weight.
Size.
It doesn't have to be heavy. Anything that is carried. It's plain and simple.
Yeah.
It's so plain and simple that a blind man with a wooden eyeglasses could see it. I said it right this time. I said it right this time. A blind man with wooden eyeglasses could see this. It's that plain. It's not difficult. It ain't hard. You make it hard. You make it hard because you succumb to that which is, you give in to that, to what is in you. And that's evil. That's the battle that each and every one of us got to fight within ourselves. We all have to accept and acknowledge that we have evil in us. And the evil that is in us it is not correlating with the laws and the commandments of God. It's not the same. It's not like this. So now we got to correct it by reading and doing. Reading, taking heed, and doing. That's the training. That's the practice. Mm-hmm.
They provoking him to jealousy with strange gods.
Uh-oh.
With abominations.
He said they provoked him to jealousy. Huh? What is to provoke means to stir up purposely. You know how many times people could stir you up knowing that it's gonna stir you up. You know this is a button that when you push it, the missile gets lodged. Yo, that's crazy, man. Listen, man and woman, I know your button, and then I go and I press the button to launch that heat-seeking missile, and then when the heat-seeking missile is launched, I ask you, what's your problem? Why are you shooting? Why are you acting this way? Why are you in launch? Because you pressed that button. You done pressed the button. Listen, we know how to stir people up and how to provoke them with our words and the things that we do. And that's what we did with God. I said, that's what we did with God. We provoked God and stirred up his anger. We stirred up God's anger by provoking him. Huh? Let's read.
With strange gods.
We stirred up the anger of God with strange gods, foreign gods, gods of wood and stone, gods that we don't know of. And we knew better.
Yeah.
And we knew better. But you know when a person will begin to acknowledge God, you know what happened? When you end up in the hospital bed. Oh God, please help me. Oh God, please help me, God. Oh God, help me now. Oh, now is when you acknowledge. Now, huh?
Mercy over now.
Now? Come on, man. Why we gotta wait till we get into a situation to acknowledge God? Why? Why, man? Because we think our fecal matter don't stink. Huh?
That should find again.
Huh? Let's read. Where we at?
Middle of 16.
Let's read it.
With strange gods, with abominations, provoke they him to anger.
That's right. Let's read it.
They sacrifice unto
They
devils.
sacrifice unto devils. We don't need to be doing those sacrifices today. Why do we wait to feast? Because I ain't going to say Passover. It was only one Passover. It was only one Passover, guys. Passover is in commemoration when the death angel passed over Egypt and killed all the firstborn in Egypt.
That night.
That one night. That's it.
That never happened again.
That never happened again. It's no more Passover. What we celebrate is the commemoration of the Feast of Unleavened Bread. And during the Feast of Unleavened Bread, you find renegade Jews, renegade Israelites. Next thing you see the poor lamb. You grab the lamb know he's about to get slaughtered. While he walking, he going mad, or whatever sound he make. Oh, poor lamb. Next thing the brother take the two legs, wrap up his legs, tie his legs up, hang them upside down. And the lamb's crying out for their help. Next thing the dude takes the sword, cut the lamb. No.
You ain't gonna get all the blood out like that.
See, we didn't kill the lamb like that. No, we didn't. There were certain arteries. You come and take that lamb and you hit the lamb around the neck, around certain arteries, and drain that blood out. Drain the blood out. That's why our forefathers was able to eat the meat the same day. You know why? Because it wasn't frozen. They didn't go to the store and buy meat that's frozen.
There was no store.
Because now the blood is frozen within the meat. Now you gotta soak it. I had some meat before, and I soaked it, The meat looked great. I was about to cook it until the wisdom of God came to me and told me to split it in half. And when I split the meat in half, guess what? The outside was gray, the inside was red. That's blood. I said, Lord have mercy. I said, thank God for not allowing me to eat blood and fat. Because the consumption of blood will detour you and push you away from God.
Right.
Push you away from God, man. He said they sacrifice unto devils, not to God. To gods whom they knew not, to new gods that came newly up, whom your fathers feared not, of the rock that begot thee. Thou art unmindful, and hast forgotten God that formed thee. The word for form, forgotten God, the word for form is kolilka. Kolil ket lamet kasofi. It means to free you. Forgotten the God that had freed you, that freed us. Right? Verse 19.
And when Israel saw it, he abhorred them.
He said, when God saw it, he despised us. When God saw it, he hated us. You know why? Because these people whom God did so much good to, they didn't show their appreciation to God for what the good that God did to us. For us to show the appreciation is by taking heed to his laws, commandments, and statutes. That's how you show your appreciation. Right, Tamshi?
He abhorred them because of the provoking of his sons and of his daughters. And he said, I will hide my face from them. I will see what their end shall be. If they are a very froward generation.
They are a froward generation. God, he said, Most I said, man, I'm going to hide my face from them. He said, now I'm going to see what their end shall be. We do not want God to hide his face from us. Because when God hides his face from us, then everything else counts besides holiness and righteousness. We're going to begin to lean towards our own wanting ways. You're going to begin to lean to our own understanding. That's what's going to take place. So we don't want God to hide his face from us. Huh? Children in whom is no faith. Huh? Tamshi.
They have moved me to jealousy with that which is not God.
They have moved me to jealousy with that which is not God. Tamshi.
They have provoked me to anger with their vanity.
And
I will move them to jealousy with those which are not people.
And I will move them to jealousy with those that are no people. I forgot this word. It's a forward generation, right? The word for forward is tahipukot, right? Tahipukot means perverse, means to be contrary, no faith. The people did not believe God. They didn't believe God after everything that God put them through. They didn't believe God. Just like today.
Just like today.
They didn't believe God.
Just like today.
And they find it hard and difficult to believe God.
Yeah.
Why? Because they're undecided.
Yeah.
We did not come to terms of what God we want to serve.
Yeah.
What God do we want to serve? And when a person make their mind up about what God they want to serve, you can't get angry at them. That's their choice. But don't ride the fence.
Make your mind up.
Don't play games. Make your mind up.
Make a separation.
Stop playing games.
Let's read.
Come on, man.
End of 21.
Uh-huh.
I will provoke them to anger with the foolish nation.
Uh-huh.
For fire is kindled in my anger, and shall burn to the nethermost parts of the earth,
Uh-huh.
and shall consume the earth with her increase.
Uh-huh.
Set on fire the foundations of the mountains. I will heap mischiefs upon them. I will spend mine arrows upon them. They shall be burnt with hunger, and devoured with burning heat, and with bitter destruction.
Uh-huh.
I will also send the teeth of beasts upon them, with the
Poison of serpents of the dust. You see what God put us through, man?
Mm-hmm.
God put us through this, man, because we rejected him.
Mm-hmm.
God put us through this because we despised him.
Mm-hmm.
Learn the ways of God and how the Creator moves.
Oh, that's why we going through it.
Learn.
Huh?
God put you through certain things because we reject his laws.
Yeah.
This is why you go through
That's
what
why
you go through.
Ain't my fault.
It's not nobody's fault.
Yeah.
You got to look in the mirror
Yeah.
and do self-analyzation. Each and every one of us have to analyze ourselves
Facts.
and ask yourself, what am I doing that is wrong according to what God says?
That's right. That's right.
Ask yourself that.
That's right.
What am I doing wrong? That's wrong according to what God says. And be truthful to yourself.
Word, man. Get off your high horse, man.
Be truthful with yourself.
Get off your high horse.
Huh? Let's read.
For fire is kindled in my anger, and shall burn into the nethermost parts of the earth, and shall consume the earth with her increase, and set on fire the
What verse you at?
foundations of the mountains. 23.
Nah, go to verse 26.
And I said, I will scatter them into
You
the
went back.
corners.
I will scatter them into corners. Uh-huh.
I will make
The remembrance of them to cease from among. You hear this, man? God did this.
Yeah,
God scattered us.
that's right.
God separated us. God dispersed us.
That's right. But we just like
Huh?
that. We ain't making no separation.
Look, during that transportation, you will have a son or a daughter, and the slave master will take your son and your daughter and separate you.
Yeah, you
Take your
can't
son
do
and your
nothing
daughter
about it. You can't do
and
nothing
sell
about
them
it.
to another slave owner.
Yeah.
The mother crying. You sitting there tight. You can't do nothing. But that's what God brought us to.
That's right.
That's what God did to us
That's right.
because we was already warned.
Mhm.
We was forewarned.
Mhm.
We didn't take heed to his laws.
Mhm.
Okay?
That's right.
Let's read.
Word not that I fear the wrath of the enemy, lest their adversary should behave.
He said, I will make the remembrance of them to cease from among men.
Mhm.
This is why when you go to apply for a job and you put what religion, they say, what religion are you? And you say Israelite, they look at you and say, what's that?
Yeah.
They say, what's that? You know what you gotta, sometimes you gotta say, well, not Israelite, okay, like the Jews.
Right.
He said, I'm a Jew. They say, oh, okay. And then,
Thou shalt not be reckoned among the nations.
right, time sheet.
Were it not that I feared the wrath of the enemy, lest the adversary should behave themselves strangely, lest they should say, our hand is high, the Lord had not done all this. For they are a nation void of counsel, neither is there any understanding in them. Oh, that they were wise.
Oh, that they were wise.
That they understood this.
That they understood this.
That they would consider their
That
latter
they would
end.
consider their latter end. Their acharit.
How should one chase 1,000 and two put 10,000 to flight? Their rock had sold them, and Israel had shut them up. For their rock is not as our rock.
For their rock is not like our rock. Their God is not like our God. Go ahead.
Even our enemies themselves being judges. For their vine is the vine of Sodom.
Their vine is the vine of Sodom.
And of the fields of Gomorrah.
Fields of Gomorrah, Tamshi.
Their grapes are grapes of gall. Their clusters are bitter. Their wine is the poison of dragons. And the cruel venom of asps. Is it not laid up in the store with me and sealed up among my treasures?
Let's read it.
To me belongeth vengeance.
To me belongeth vengeance and recompense. Now you see why God stopped King David from vengeance, from taking vengeance against Nabal.
Yes.
Now you see why God stopped David from taking vengeance against Nabal. Tamshi. Their feet.
When their foot slided, for the day of their calamity is at hand. And the things that shall come upon them make haste. Well, Israel shall judge.
For the Lord shall judge his people
and repent himself
of his servants.
When he see it, that their power is gone.
And when there is none shut up or left.
And he shall say, where are their gods?
Where are their gods?
Their rock in
whom they trusted.
Which did eat the fat of their
sacrifices.
And drank the wine of their
drink offerings. Let them rise up and help you.
And be your protection.
See now that I, even I am he. That's high. That's you can't. He says you can't even explain that.
Right.
He says, see now that I, even I am he. He's
right.
Go ahead, read.
I'm the one.
He said, God. I'm the one. Let's read it.
And there is no God.
There's no God with me,
Right.
man. Stop putting people and things with God.
No second to compare to consult with.
Facts. Let's read it.
I kill.
He said, I kill and I make alive.
I wound
I wound and I heal.
Now there is any that can deliver out of my hand.
Now there's any that can deliver out of my hand.
For I lift up my hand to heaven and say, I live forever. If I whet my glittering sword, and my hand take hold on judgment, I will render vengeance to mine enemies and will reward them that hate me. I will make mine arrows drunk with blood, and my sword shall devour flesh. Mine arrow shall be drunk with the blood of the slain and of the captives. My sword shall devour the flesh of the head of the scattered armies of the enemy. Rejoice, O ye nations, with his people, for he will avenge the blood of his servants. And will render
you hear
vengeance.
that? You hear what God said? Rejoice, O ye nation, with his people, for he will avenge the blood of his servants and will render vengeance to his adversaries and will be merciful unto his land and to his people. So whatever God put us through, don't worry. God going at those people. All the ones that had us under subjection and did us sin like that, God go. They ain't getting away. But we had to go through that because we came up short with God. We came up short with God. And that was a way that the godly, and that was the punishment, and that's the way that the godly, so that God put us through that so that we can acknowledge and recognize our fault and get better and do better. Time sheet.
44. And Moshe came and spake all the words of this song in the ears of the people. He and Hoshea, the son of Nun.
You know who Hoshea was? Hoshea was Joshua. Who named him Joshua? I think it was Joshua. I think Moses.
Yeah, Moses.
I think Moses. If I'm not mistaken, I think Moses named him Joshua. Just like when King David called him Solomon, God looked at King David, looked at King Solomon and called him Jedediah. My beloved. My beloved. Kamshi. Beloved of God. Read.
And Moshe made an end of speaking all these words to all Israel. And he said unto them, set your hearts unto the word, all the words which I testify.
Make your mind up. He said, set your hearts unto all the words which I testify unto you this day. Direct and make your mind up towards the things that I'm saying. Huh? Acknowledge what I'm saying.
That's right. Make your mind up.
Think about what I'm saying.
That's right.
Go ahead.
Which ye shall command your children to observe to do.
That's right.
All the words of this
Which
law.
ye shall command your children. Which ye shall command your children. Huh? But let me explain something to you. I know people that learns and coming to knowledge of God and his laws.
Right.
And the person or people, you, for example, for example, I'll use myself in it. I learned the ways of God.
Right.
If I truly believe, I'm gonna reiterate this to my son.
That's right.
Because I do believe that this is
That's right.
the way of life.
That's right.
So therefore, I'm going to reiterate this and teach my children so that they can follow through with the laws of God. So why aren't you teaching your children?
Say it again.
Diligently.
Say it again. Teaching them how to eat blood and fat.
Do you truly believe this?
No.
Because if you truly believe this to be the true and living God, or the way that God prescribed for man to live, then I'm going to teach my son and I'm going to teach my daughter the ways of God.
Against blood and fat.
Huh? I'm going to teach them, man.
Talk about it,
I'm
John.
going to teach them. But the reason why we hold back in teaching our children because you don't believe.
You don't believe.
You just here just to be here.
Yeah.
You just here just to be here.
You're going to bring them down with you.
You here because you have to be here. You here because you ain't got no choice. Yeah. Whatever it is, there's a reason why you're here. Yeah. You ain't here to serve God.
Yeah.
That should be the only reason. We should be here because we want and we desire to serve God. Yeah. Let's read.
47.
For
it is not a vain thing.
It ain't a vain thing.
Because it is your life.
Because it is your life.
And through this thing you shall prolong your days in the land, which you go over Jordan to possess it. And the Israel spake unto Moshe that self-same day, saying, get thee up into this mountain, Abarim.
Get thee up into this mountain, Abarim. Here it goes. It's going down.
Which is in the land of Moab. That is over against Jericho. And beside the land of Canaan. Which I give unto the children of Israel for possession.
Let's read.
And die in the mount whither thou goest up. And be gathered unto thy people, as thou had on thy brother died in Mount Hor, and was gathered unto his people.
You see, Moses messed up because the people was a thorn on his side. The people kept nagging Moses. There's no water to drink, but the people kept nagging him. They nagged him to the point of no return, to where he did not sanctify the name of God.
Right.
So because he didn't sanctify the name of God, God went to him and said, because you didn't sanctify my name in the midst of the people, he said, you ain't going in the land. And he begged God. He begged him. He begged him. You know what God said? He said, don't ask me this no more. I felt bad for him, man. I felt bad for him. After God told him that, you know where his anger turned towards? The people. He said, because of y'all, man.
It's because of y'all.
He says, because of every last one of y'all, why I ain't going in the land. All y'all going, but I ain't going.
He said, well, I know when y'all go,
he didn't get upset.
you ain't gonna make it.
He got to say,
He said, when you go, you're going to turn.
No, God already showed me. Y'all ain't
That's
gonna
right.
That's
right.
iniquities embedded in you.
That's right. So now the man had to go up in the mountain and die. Now he has to go die.
Tell it.
That's right. You only got to see it.
I'll take that. God come to me and tell me go up in the mountain and die. I'm running there.
Word, bro. You good.
Good.
You good, man.
51.
Get thee up.
No, 51. Because you trespass
against me among the children of Israel at the waters
of Meribah, in the wilderness of Zin. Because you sanctify me not in the midst of the children of Israel. Yet thou shalt see the land before thee, but thou shalt not go thither unto the land which I give to the children of Israel. Let's chop that and let's go to Ecclesiastes. Ecclesiastes,
after Proverbs.
Right. Chapter 8. Ecclesiastes chapter 8.
Who is as the wise man, and who knoweth the interpretation of a thing?
Who is as the wise man? Who is like unto the wise man? What is the definition of a wise man? A wise man is one that live according to the laws of God. That's wise. That's the wise man. Tamshi.
A man's wisdom making his face.
Who is as the wise man, Tamshi?
And who know what the interpretation?
And who know what the interpretation of a thing. Yeah. The word for interpretation is pesher. Pei, shin, resh. It means the solution. Who knows the solution of a thing? The solution means what? Solving a problem or dealing with a difficult situation. Or sometimes you may have the solution, but
nobody hearing you.
Ain't nobody hearing it. And nobody's going to take heed to the solution.
Because they know you got the solution. They ain't hearing that.
Nobody's going to take heed to the solution. They don't know that. Tamshi.
A man's wisdom making his face to shine.
A man's wisdom making his face to shine. Remember Moses?
Yeah.
Remember Moses?
Yeah.
When he went up in that mountain for 40 days and 40 nights, receiving the laws and the commandments of God and everything else. When he came down from that mountain, he had to put a veil and cover his face. Because his face shunned before God, but not shunned before the people. So he had to put a veil. When he went before God, he removed the veil because that's what he's facing. He's facing that. Whatever he's emanating what God has given off.
Yeah.
Tamshi.
And the boldness of his face shall be changed. I counsel thee to keep the king's commandment.
In the book, it said then he said who knoweth the interpretation of a thing, right? The action of explaining the meaning of something, explaining the law without adding and taking away.
Figured it out.
Who is able to explain the law without adding or taking away, without putting this there, without putting that there, without putting this here? Stick to what it says. Stick to what it says. Then and only then we could be one. Right. But the reason why we can't be one as a people, because everybody has their own hang up.
That's right.
They all have their own solution, interpretation about what this book says when there's only one.
Yeah.
Top sheet.
I counsel thee to keep the king's commandment.
What verse you at?
2.
Okay.
And that in the manner of the oath of God.
I counsel thee.
Yeah.
I counsel thee to what? To keep the king's commandment. That's the only that's correct counsel.
Right.
That's good counsel. That's good advice. But I noticed today, when people get counseled and advised towards righteousness, they reject it.
Yeah.
They don't take it. They reject it. When you tell a person that's not the right thing to do, the book said this, this, and this, and this, they don't care about that. They come up with an explanation still of why they are doing it. Want to justify themselves. He said, I counsel thee to keep the king's commandment.
And that in the manner of the oath of God.
And that in regard of the oath of God. And that the word for regard is dabad. Means in that in the words of the oath of God.
Keep the king's commandment just like the word of God.
Top sheet.
Be not hasty to go out of his sight.
Be not hasty to go off. Don't be so quick to go off. Don't be so quick to go aside. Don't be so quick to do things that God did not accept.
That's right.
Yeah.
Huh?
Yeah.
Tom C.
Stand not in an evil thing.
He said, stand not in the evil thing.
Mm-hmm.
That's heavy.
Yeah.
I said, that's heavy, man. How do you stand in the evil thing? The word for stand, it means to agree, to accept, to participate
Get
in.
away from
Do
that.
not agree in an evil thing. I can't agree with you and you're doing it wrong and you're wrong. Huh? I can't accept you and you're wrong. I can't participate in this wrong because it's wrong. Because it's wrong. And my duty is not to please you. I said my duty is to please God, man. That's my duty.
Labor Day parade.
Labor Day parade. We don't belong out there.
Juve.
We don't belong in Juve neither.
Mm-hmm.
We don't belong nowhere out there.
Mm-hmm.
Brothers pick Labor Day and Juve that sells what you call that? Crack snappers.
Nutcrackers.
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 I seen the brother going out there. Sister with long dresses. Hey, what's up? Hey, Shalom, brother. Hey, Shalom. How you doing? I said, what's up, man? What you really doing? I'm going to the parade and sell it. You don't see him selling nothing else during the week. No time.
That's his
But
way
on
of
Labor
rejoicing.
Day, he becomes a salesman.
Yeah, he's gonna rejoice.
Why? Because he wants to be around it.
Okay.
He wants to be in the parade.
Mm-hmm.
He wants to see the lunas.
Uh-huh.
Huh? We got to learn to separate ourselves from these people, or
right.
God going to deal with you the same way.
Same.
God going to deal with you the same way.
That's right.
And don't cry. I said, don't cry, man.
That's what I'm trying to tell him now, brother.
Don't cry.
Don't cry, because you're doing it purposely. You're blatantly going against God, man.
Don't cry.
Don't cry.
Don't cry.
Yeah.
So,
Let's read.
Yeah.
3. Be not hasty to go out of his sight. Stand not in an evil thing.
Be not hasty to go out of sight. He said, stand not in the evil thing. Tom C.
For he do it whatsoever pleasing him.
But he do it whatsoever he pleases. That's God. God does whatsoever he pleases. Whatever he want to do, God gonna do it. Huh? And you can't criticize God.
That's right.
You can't go against God.
That's right.
All these laws that we read about here, huh? Is of God.
Yeah.
Amen.
But we, with our heathenistic mentality, we question it. I don't know why. God said it's okay. God likes it. So train yourself to accept the things that God accepts.
That's right.
Train
Right.
yourself to hate the things that God hates.
That's right.
You find you're so easy to lean towards the things
That God hates.
that God hates. But when I tell you uprightness and righteousness, you get distracted.
Yeah.
You get discouraged.
Yeah.
It stirs up anger.
Yeah.
It's something else new. I thought we was done with this. Oh, you come up with something more new?
Yeah.
Wait.
You don't belong.
Don't make me kick you in your back.
Right.
man.
You don't belong saying stuff like that.
Yeah, don't make me kick you in your back.
Facts.
Listen, half of it hasn't been told. We always going to come across new things.
That's a fact.
New things, okay? Because we don't know everything. We're still learning. I'm still learning how to serve God. Facts. Let's read.
Where the word of a king is, there is power.
Oh, that's a fact, Lord. He said, where the word of a king is, there's power. Oh, yeah. You know why? Because nobody can go against the word or the commandment of the king.
Yes, sir.
Whatever the king says, that's it.
Yes, sir.
Got to follow it. You subject. That's right. Read.
And who may say unto him, what doest
Who
thou?
gonna tell the king what you doing? Who gonna question the king?
Sure.
Tom C.
Whoso keepeth the commandments shall feel no evil thing.
Whoso keepeth the commandments shall feel no evil thing. In the Hebrew, the word for feel is yada.
Yeah.
He said, he that keepeth the commandments shall know no evil thing.
Yes.
Huh? And when you know, huh? When you know, it means what? Able to perceive when this matter is evil.
Yeah.
That's when you that's when you know God. That's when you're able to perceive and say and detect and know and say, well, nah. He said, this is not right. This is wrong. God don't like this. Now you start separating yourself, not because guess what? To this guy or to that person that separated himself, he's not actually worried about how you feel or what you think.
Yeah.
You know what I'm thinking about? Huh? Is what? What's done. The matter, that is evil.
Yeah.
Because I don't want God to look at me like you.
Yes, facts.
I don't want God to say, well, I'm the same like them. Because I don't want to be treated like y'all. I don't want to be treated like that. I want different treatment from God.
I don't mind you staying away from me, sister.
I want different treatment from God.
Yeah.
Tom, see?
5. Whoso keepeth the commandments shall feel no evil thing. And the wise man's heart discerneth both time and judgment.
Wait a minute. Feel no evil thing.
And the wise man's heart discerneth both time and judgment.
And a wise man's heart discerning. A wise man's mind. A wise man's mentality knows both time and judgment. The wise man knows a set time, when it's time for, when you should do this, when you shouldn't do this. They know the time. They know the judgment. Judgment of God. They know it, man. Tom, see?
Because to every purpose there is time and judgment.
Every purpose is a time and judgment.
Therefore,
everything that is done is time and judgment. Some things ain't called for. Take your time in doing it. Well, I can't do it right now. It ain't the time to do it. It ain't the time to say it. Go ahead, read.
Therefore, the misery of man is great upon him. For he knoweth not that which shall be. For who can tell him?
But he knoweth not that which shall be.
For who can tell him when it shall be? There is no man that had power over the spirit to retain the spirit.
There is no man that had power over the spirit to retain the spirit. No man has the power to hold that spirit. When you get shot in your head, the spirit leaves. God commanded the spirit to leave.
The body get too bad damage.
All right. Once the body, once that body, that shell gets too damaged, it's time to go. It's time to go. Tom, see?
Now that hath the power in the day of death. There is no discharge in that war. Neither shall wickedness deliver him that is given to it. All this have I seen and applied my heart unto every work that is done under the sun. There is a time wherein one man ruled over another to his own hurt.
There is a time when one man ruled over another to his own hurt. The word for rule it is Shin Lamed Tet. It means domineer. Domineer means to assert one's will over another in an arrogant way. Domineering. That's oppression. I put pressure on you to come to do my will, but you don't want to do it. You don't want to do that. But I'm forcing you to do it. That's a person that is domineering. It's not good. Tom, see?
And so I saw the wicked buried, who had come and gone from the place of the holy, and they were forgotten in the city where they had so done. This is also vanity.
This is also vanity, Tom, see?
Because the sentence against an evil work is not executed speedily. Therefore, the heart of the sons of men is
because of what? Read that over.
Because sentence against.
What verse you at? Okay, go ahead.
Because sentence against an evil work is not executed speedily.
Okay, we understand that? Yeah. When we do something that is contrary against God, nothing happens to you right away. Right. Nothing happens to you right away. You go in the kitchen, you kindle fire, nothing happens to you right away. So therefore, because the senses of God doesn't happen speedily, you think you're good. You think you're okay. But the thing is that Judgment that comes speedily only comes to those that are in high places. Quick and speedy judgment only come to those that God's attention is towards. So when we do things that is contrary or opposite to what God said, and nothing happens to you right away, which means we are not in good favor with God. Something must happen to you right away, immediately, to put you back in line. Tom, see?
Though a sinner do evil 100 times, and his days be prolonged.
No, therefore the heart of the sons of men is fully set in them to do evil. It's fully set in them to do evil because the judgment of God is far away.
Right.
There's no penalty. Tom, see? Though a sinner do evil 100 times,
and his days be prolonged. Yet surely I know that it shall be well with them that fear El, which fear before him. But it shall not be well with the wicked.
It shall not be well with the wicked.
Neither shall he prolong his days.
Neither shall he prolong his days.
Which are as a shadow.
Which are as a shadow.
Because he feared not.
Because of fearing not before God.
There is a vanity which is done upon the earth, that there be two men, unto whom it happeneth according to the work of the wicked.
There is a vanity which is done upon the earth, that there be just men, unto whom it happeneth according to the work of the wicked. Happening means, the word for happen is not God. It means to touch. To whom it happened according to the work of the wicked. Okay? There is a vanity which is done upon the earth, that there be just men, unto whom it toucheth according to the work of the wicked. Which means the same thing touched the just man, the same thing touched the wicked, touches the righteous.
Yes,
not because I'm going through what I'm going through tells me, or you could tell me that I'm wicked, or you're wicked. That's why you're going through that. No, because just men get touched too by God. Just men and righteous men get put through it by God. All those is tests and trials. That's the difference between the just and the wicked. God don't put the wicked through no tests and trials, but the just man does. That's right. Tom, see?
Again, there be wicked men to whom it happeneth according to the work of the righteous. I said that this also was vanity. Then I commended mirth, because a man had no better thing under the sun.
Then I commanded mirth.
Commended mirth.
Simcha. He said, I commended mirth. Simcha is gladness, happiness, joy. He said, I commended mirth because a man had no better thing under the sun. Ain't nothing better than to be happy. I tell you, what's better than happiness? What is better than happiness? You know why? Because when you're happy, nothing bothers you. Rent due next week, I'm happy. And I ain't allowing it to stress me. I get it whenever I get it. None of that bothers you. It's going to get paid according to just until when I get it. Let's go to Job chapter 1.
There was a man in the land of Uz.
But let me see. Yeah, go to Job chapter 1.
There was a man in the land of Uz whose name was Job. And that man was perfect and upright, and one that feared El Israel.
But before you go to chapter, let's go to Job chapter 27. Job chapter 27. Go to a few verses here, and then I'm going to go to Job chapter 1.
My breath is corrupt. My days are extinct.
Job chapter 27?
Yeah.
That's not Job chapter 27.
No.
He said, moreover, Job continued his parable and said, as God liveth, who had taken away my judgment, taken away, sur, means to turn aside, turn my judgment aside, turned it away, and the Almighty who had vexed my soul, vexed my soul. Memrace means to make bitter, embittered, angry, or resentful at having been treated unfairly. Caused me to stir up bitterness within me. Read.
All the while my breath is in me, and the spirit of hell is in my nostrils. My lips shall not speak wickedness.
My lips, as long as I'm alive, he said, my lips shall not speak wickedness. The word for wickedness is awela. Awela is injustice. Awela is wrong. Now, what is injustice? Violation of the rights of others, which means we got to watch our conversations. I shouldn't walk in the room and hear you speaking about a robbery that you did with this one. That's violation. That's violation of God. And now because you despise these things, you're going to hold yourself back from speaking about the things that is contrary or opposite from what God says. Okay? Where we at?
Verse 3.
Verse
All the while my breath is in me, and the spirit of God is in my nostrils. My lips shall not speak wickedness, nor my tongue utter deceit.
Nor my tongue utter deceit. Right? Injustice, unfairness, an unjust act. Things like that you can't speak about.
Yeah.
And when you hear these things, I gotta correct you.
That's right.
We gotta stop keeping our mouth shut. Because deep down inside, we know of things to be wrong. And because I don't want to
look like you on the other side,
look like I'm against you, or right now we're cool with each other. So when you say certain things, all I say is, man, you crazy.
Yeah.
That's what I say to her. I said, man, you crazy.
Yeah.
No, man, you crazy. Man, tell him why he really is crazy. Because it ain't righteous. The thing that you did is not righteous.
That's right.
The thing that you did is not right.
That's right.
You shouldn't have done that.
That's right.
It's against God.
That's right.
That's why there come upon a time when separation gotta come. That's right. Separation.
That's right.
That's right.
Got to.
Separation. Because we're not on the same wave.
Right.
I said we're not on the same wave.
Go ahead, but you like it.
We're not moving the same.
That's right.
We gotta separate.
Get up out of here.
One person's mind is made up to serve God, which means when your mind is made up to serve God, all corners are covered. Not just bits and pieces. Not just this, that, and that. Everything must be covered. It also goes according to your ways and your behavior and things that is not godly, that God said he don't like. Some things God said he don't like that is not in the law. He tells you and you read about it here. But the student want to teach the teacher now.
That's what's going on.
Hey, we got students
Students
want to rise up and teach the teacher and tell the teacher.
They haven't been trained. They don't have no experience.
Ain't this something else?
They can't read
So
the Hebrew right.
since you're the teacher,
They can't
then
read
why
English right.
Listen, people crazy, man. People are crazy.
All of that is the block.
That's the block. Read.
Hell forbid that I should justify you. So I
God
die.
forbid that I would justify you.
Till I die, I will not remove my integrity.
Wait, hold on. He said, my lips shall not speak wickedness, right? Nor my tongue utter deceit. The word for utter is higat. Hey, gimel, hey. It means to speak. Nor my tongue speak lies. Nor my tongue speaking deceitful things. Tamshi, God forbid that I should justify you.
Till I die, I will not remove my integrity.
Till I die, I will not remove my integrity. You know what integrity is? Firm adherence to a code.
Not breaking.
Huh? Integrity is what? A quality. Integrity is a quality not found in everybody.
That's a good
Everybody, that's a good trait. Everybody don't have integrity. Integrity is a quality of being honest, regardless if you are wrong. You're honest about it. I'm wrong about it. I'm wrong about the situation. I'm going to tell you the whole situation and thumbs down myself and tell you what took place. I started it. It's my fault. I shouldn't have did this, and this. Then I will go to the person that I offended and say, you know what? I'm sorry. I apologize. Most of the time when we got to take things to the higher ups and higher authorities, because that's the only way to control the matter.
That's right.
Nobody listens to nobody. Right. So we got to go to the higher authorities so that they can put strict commands over the violator and say, don't do this ever again. Don't do that again. Don't do that again.
Yeah. You got to go to the person who you listen to.
Yeah.
Because the violator look at everybody and tell them, go suck on the not the tree bark, the Johnny palm. Go suck on the Johnny palm. That's what he tell you. Suck on the Johnny palm. And do according to what his will and do what he want to do. But your will and what you want to do is not right according to what God says.
It's satanic.
It's not right.
That stuff causes violence.
Tom Sheep.
My righteousness I hold fast.
My what?
My righteousness I hold fast.
That's verse 6, right?
Yes.
My righteousness I hold fast. Tom Sheep.
And will not let it go.
My righteousness. My righteousness, he said, in the Hebrew, in the Hebrew, it says, my righteousness has caused me to be firm. My righteousness has strengthened me. The amount of righteousness that Job did in his life was what caused him not to detour. That's what strengthened him. That's what caused. Those are the things that caused him not to waver from side, from left to right. Yeah. Those are the things that kept him in that straight and narrow path. The amount of righteousness that he did according to what God says. That's where your strength lies at. In God, man. Tom Sheep.
My heart shall not reproach me so long as I live.
My heart shall not reproach me. The word for reproach, my heart shall not disappoint me, disapprove me. My own mind. You know what that means? When your heart reproach you, disappoint you, or disapprove you, your mind play tricks on you. Your mind tell you to do something, and it's not right according to what God said, but you follow through with it until when you get to the end of the matter, you have dug yourself a hole too deep that you can't get out. Got you. You're done. Read.
Let my enemy be as the wicked, and he that riseth up against me as the unrighteous.
Mm-hmm.
For what is the hope of the hypocrite?
For what is the hope of the hypocrite?
What
is the expectation of the hypocrite? The expectation of the hypocrite. Now, the hypocrite, the word kaneh, it means profane. The righteous hope and expect. Even the wicked. But their expectations is different. The hypocrite, which is kaneh, means profane, means to be common, right? Claiming to have moral standards, beliefs to which one's own behavior does not conform to.
One's own moral standards.
You don't even conform to your own beliefs. You don't even conform to your own moral standards. He said, one who pretends to have virtual qualities he or she don't have. You talk a good one. But then when the matter come before your face, you against it. You against it. And with that, all I got what was bought.
Every time.
And I'm going to say Shabbat Shalom.
Shabbat Shalom.
And I'm going to call up the next speaker, teacher indeed, Chief Mikhail.
Giving all praises to the God of Abraham, the God of Isaac, and the God of Jacob. Giving all due respect to my father, my teacher, Chief Eliezer, Ben Dodo, the tribe of Lewi. Giving all due respect, the princemen, chiefmen, Mothers in Israel, brothers and sisters, I bid y'all the tongue of all forefathers. Shabbat shalom.
Shabbat shalom to God.
Okay, we're going to do a lot of jumping around. Our first stop will be at the beginning. Will be the beginning. Genesis chapter 1. Go to Genesis chapter 1. We're going to do a lot of jumping around today. Certain things have to be clarified. You know?
In the beginning, El Israel created the heaven and the earth was without form and
He said in
void.
the beginning. In the beginning of what? Beginning of all of this.
Right.
Everything you see, the beginning of everything, the
Tell it.
generations of man,
Tell it,
of
Mikael.
planets,
That's
of
right.
this,
Tell
of
it.
sun, moon, and stars,
Tell it.
of air,
That's right.
atmosphere, okay? The beginning of life.
That's right.
All this is an account of how all of this got started.
That's right, brother.
You're not going to get each and every detail.
That's right.
So certain things are going to go unanswered.
That's right.
No man will be able to answer certain things in these chapters of Genesis.
Mm-hmm.
Okay?
Mm-hmm.
But certain standards have been made in Genesis that all men go by, and our days and everything is being scheduled on to these standards. Tamshi.
In the beginning, El Israel created the heavens and the earth was without form and void.
The earth, meaning the earth wasn't there. Not that it wasn't round, it was a bunch of rubble, or it was a triangular shape, or it didn't have the form it was now. It wasn't there.
Right.
Okay?
Right.
Void
Mhm.
means empty. Okay? Means the spot where the earth is now was empty.
Yeah.
It did not form. There was nothing there for the foundations of the earth to be planted on. Okay? God set the sun, moon, and stars in the heavens and arranged the stars and the watches in the sky, right?
Mm-hmm.
He set them there, right?
Right.
But yet he created something to put them there. That was the heavens. The firmament. You understand what I'm saying?
Right.
All these books need to make the shelf first to put the books up there. That's what God did. Making the firmament first. This is where the earth gonna be, the sun, and everything else. So this verse is explaining that nothing was there. Nothing had form. There was no shape. Okay? There was no light, so there was no color. Y'all understand that?
Yes.
Everything that we know that exists did not exist at this point, what we're reading right now. Time sheet.
And the earth was without form and void, and darkness was upon the face of the deep. And the spirit of El
The
moved.
deep, the abyss, waters that are endless are called the abyss, the deep. Okay? So it was just darkness and waters and God. That's it. And God is moving over. He's flying, but he ain't got wings. He's hovering. Okay? Over the face of the waters. That's it. That was the only movement going on. Was God hovering over the face of the waters. All right? What we call energy, electricity, resources, all of that didn't exist yet. Okay? Time sheet.
And the spirit of El moved upon the face of the waters. And El Israel said, "Let there be light."
And then I can't say one day because day wasn't made yet.
Mm-hmm.
At some point, I can't say in time because time wasn't made yet. But this is it. We have the word at the beginning, so there's a starting point for us. We're not God. There's a beginning for us.
Mm-hmm.
That's why I say in the beginning.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, God been existing before the beginning of who? Of us, of His creations.
Mm-hmm.
So now, He said, "Let there be light," and there was light. At some point, when God was moving over the face of the waters, He said, "Let there be light," and the light came. He gave it a name as it got created and as it came into existence.
Yes.
All of that happened at one time.
Yes, sir.
All of that happened at one time.
That's right.
Everything that God created, He gave it a name. He said, "Let the light."
Mm-hmm.
Right? When He said, "Let the light," was the light there yet?
No.
The word, as God's words came out, it presented itself. Boom, light. Light just came out of nowhere. There was no sun. There's no light bulb. There was no form of what we call power or energy or any source where any other light was coming from. The light appeared. That's it. It came into existence. He said, so where it wasn't nowhere before. For something to not exist meaning it wasn't there. So now the light comes. Okay? It said God saw the light and that it was good. And God divided the light from the darkness. He said, okay, this is good here. Right? And he already got darkness there. It was there already. So what he did was, he said, he put the light over here and darkness over here. Because light spreads and darkness spreads. So he made a difference. Boom. It's moved them. Okay? At that point, shadows don't exist. If there was no humans, there was no objects for a shadow to be cast. You just had light and dark. Time sheet.
And God divided the light from the darkness. And God called the light day, and the darkness he called night.
It said, God saw the light that it was good, and God divided the light from the darkness, and God called the light day. He gave it a name. The light that he told to appear was called day.
Mm-hmm.
That light comes up right before the sun comes up. That's what you call twilight. Okay? Right before there's a light that comes and the sun ain't come up yet. That's the day. That's to let you know the sun. When we say, oh, the sun is about to come up, right?
Yeah.
So that light is on its own.
Mm-hmm.
That's the light that you see in this evening time.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? That's the ending of evening time. We're going to get into that. Time sheet, verse 6.
And Israel said, let there be a firmament in the midst of the waters, and let it divide the waters from the waters.
He said, now let there be a firmament. Firmament, we call it space. We call it the heavens. Shamayim. Okay? The space that are above the waters, or the space that divided the waters. All right? God called it the firmament. Space, he just made space. Look. Space didn't exist. He said, hey, man, I got to rent some space. All these things didn't exist. Really, really think about it. Now, this firmament divided the waters which were under the firmament. So you got waters, you got heaven, and you got water under, you got water over. It's a divider, okay? Like a section, okay? My work office is here, your work office is there, but it's divided. That's what God did. He divided it. Tongue sheet.
And God made the firmament and divided the waters which were under the firmament from the waters which were above the firmament, and it was so. And Israel called the firmament heaven, and the evening and the morning were the second day.
Notice that every time what marks a day, it starts with the evening. Am I correct?
That's right.
It starts with the evening. All days start with the evening. Does not start at midnight. That came later. Man did that. Man did that when the day starts at 12 in the midnight. That has to do with devil worship. Okay? This is where New Year's Eve comes from. And all that stuff, it starts at 12 midnight. Right or wrong?
That's a fact.
But not so here. It starts in the evening. Now, the evening, I'm going to let you know what the evening is. The evening is not when it gets dark. Most people think evening is dark. Evening is when you look at the sky and it's way down in the west now. And you say what? It's about to get dark. Right or wrong?
Right.
That's evening. We all know that. We ain't got to go into super details with this. That's the evening time. Okay, it's a little bit of space. No more than probably 20, 25 minutes. And you don't see the sun no more, but you see what? A light. That's the day. That marks the ending of the evening.
Yeah.
After that light goes, the sun is down right now. That light goes, everything is dark. So, the Shabbat. When did the Shabbat start? Everybody paying attention? When did the Shabbat start? When? What evening? This evening?
Yesterday.
Last evening. Okay. What day? If Yom Kippur is what? This Monday, right? So what evening does Yom Kippur start? Sunday evening, right? Feast of Booths is coming the week after, right? What day, what time does that day start? In the evening before the morning. That's how God established every day. Before the Shabbat was made. Before the feast days was made. The day, when God made a day, is substantiated that it starts the evening, then you got the morning to evening. The next evening, that day is over. That's how it goes. That's why you hear it say in the evening, in the morning, with the second day. God said, let this happen, make this, boom, 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 boom. And at the end, in the evening, in the morning, with the third day. Then he said, make this, make this, make this. In the evening, in the morning, with the fifth day. And the fourth day. Boom, boom, boom. This is to show you, this is the standard when we start our Shabbats.
That's right.
We have one main Shabbat.
Only one.
One. Okay? The feast days are called Shabbats because you get a little bit of this day on the feast day because you have to come together and congregate and you can't work. And there are certain rules that the Shabbat got all the rules that make this day holy. What makes our day, this day that God made for us to separate, it has to be different to the feast days. That is the holiest day. The Shabbat is the holiest day. Okay?
Right.
The Shabbat was here first. God consecrated this day. Right? When he said the feast days, he came up with those feast days later. That's it. I don't care when it happens. I'm not counting our feast days. We're putting everything in its proper perspective. You have to prioritize. The Shabbat day is important. It's more important than every day. The Shabbat day was around for generations and thousands of years before any other day. God said, "No, this and look, this is going to be this, and it shall be a Sabbath unto you." Meaning, on that day, you gather together and do what you do on the Shabbat on that feast day. But then now, you cut it short and have fun. You're going to be doing things on that feast day that you don't do on the Shabbat.
Amen. What we trying to do? That's right. What we trying to do?
I ain't got to go all over the book. I ain't got to explain this thing 1,000 different ways. That's it.
That's right.
Whoever has a different opinion, who doesn't agree, I'm fine with that. Doesn't fret me none. Okay? My job is to teach. If I hear it wrong, if I see it wrong, my job is to say, don't go that way, it goes this way. That's it. I've been taught from a long line of hardcore teachers.
Amen.
Everything y'all know about was taught by teachers that I was a kid sitting under. When none of y'all was even born, most of y'all sitting here. Yeah, I've been around for a very, very long time.
Yes,
and I've been around all the greats,
yes,
all the wisest men in Israel,
yes,
all the teachers, all the generals, all the hardcore, the men who don't cut their hair, who don't eat blood, who don't violate Shabbats. Certain things they didn't do. They didn't teach it either. They didn't tell the people it was okay. I'm hearing too many questions being asked from Israelites. They got no questions asking. Like I said, the man asked, "Well, can I do yoga on Shabbat?"
That's
because
crazy.
It relaxes my mind. Let me tell you, yoga is not a mind relaxer. They tell you that, and they tell you that it is you meditating on Satan.
It's the satanic
yoga.
Okay,
Yeah.
it's to get you into that. The man said they're putting it in the schools now. Everything that God said is down, is wicked, is abominable. The heathen is going to bring it up.
Yeah.
The heathen is going to find a way to make it sound good to you, to you, to you, to you, to me. Okay? It taps into the wickedness we was all born with. Okay? Okay?
God said
Everything. All right. How? Okay. It's a candy called Skittles. Don't eat that. Don't eat it. I don't care if it's clean or not. It's under the banner of the rainbow. We know what the rainbow means.
Yeah.
Boys is really girls and girls is really boys. That's the rainbow. Homosexuality.
Yeah.
The rainbow is the logo for homosexuality. So when you see that commercial and it says "Taste the Rainbow,"
No, this how it says.
okay? All right. Think about these things. Remember what the rainbow from when I was young.
It's dedicated.
It represents homosexuality. It's something that you look up in the heavens and be urged and driven to worship. Okay? It's not just sun, moon, and stars. He said everything you look up there. So they take that and say, God said, I set this up there for a sign that I'm not going to flood you out no more. And they took it, and it stands for homosexuality.
Yeah, bro.
Yeah, bro. Don't have nothing to do with no rainbow. That's why it's not good for art class. You're drawing images. They didn't have artists. Or else we would have known exactly what everybody looked like.
That's a fact.
We didn't have sculptors. We didn't have museums. We didn't have zoos. We didn't have amusement parks. All these things we indulge in is wrong and is abominable by God. God did not prescribe it. Our joy, God commands what we have our enjoyment in. Do y'all know that?
That's right.
He tells us what to be happy about. Yeah. He tells us who to love, how to love, who to hate, how to hate, everything. He tells us where and when and how to channel our emotions. And he says, with me, he said, man, all of y'all love me. He said, love the Lord. He said, ye shall. It's a command. Ye shall love the Lord thy God. With what? You know what that means. Because we do everything else with all our heart, with all our soul, and all our might. To be a heathen. We go way out more than they do. I can say that because in 2 Kings 17, it got to the point where the Most High said, and the Israelites did worse than the heathen.
That's right.
Do you know what that means, man?
That's right.
But you can't, no. Leave them alone. They're doing what they're supposed to do.
That's right.
If everybody serve God, we ain't going to have heathens. And we ain't going to be special to God. How about that? If you got all the money in the world, what you gonna buy? What you gonna do? What you gonna do with it? It becomes valueless. So this is not for everybody. Everything is not for everybody. Out there is not for you, and out there is not for in here. So as some people come and they be around for years, and they find a reason to get up out of here. Because when they came here, they did not believe from the beginning. When you first come into realization who God is, and you don't believe what you hear like Abraham did, that's what got him in. He believed everything that God told him. So believe what you read. The evening and the morning was the second day. Oh, wow, okay. So all days start with the evening before, and it ends at the evening after that morning. So tonight, the Shabbat is over. Am I correct?
Yes.
Because I'm hearing a whole bunch of different things.
Yes.
During the week, I hear a lot of different things that Israelites say and declare. Teachers say it's okay to do, and it says thou shalt not in here.
Hey,
what's up?
Hey,
what's going on?
They say Shabbat start midnight Friday night.
No, it doesn't.
But don't want to end Shabbat midnight on Saturday.
So end it tonight then. End it tonight. End it tonight.
End it tonight midnight.
If that's the case, I'm gonna go along with that. End it tonight then. Okay, if it's good over here, it's good over here.
Big cat.
Stop trying to be big. Stop trying to be noticed. Okay? Stop it.
Back that to 12.
Okay? Stop that, man. Most people don't need to. Most people need to read and keep their mouth shut.
Amen.
Yeah, seriously.
Yeah.
It's one thing for you alone, to be sinning and committing iniquity, and it's double and triple. You get up and you declare these commandments wrong to people and tell them that you could go to restaurants and you can eat anything and you can do this and it's okay to celebrate your birthday. No, it's not good to celebrate your birthday. Did anybody of these men that serve God celebrated their birthday?
No.
Don't say no names. We know who celebrated their birthdays. I said, did any righteous man that served God celebrate birthdays?
Nope. Not at all.
I ain't got to go into nothing and explain nothing then. I ain't got to research and say birthdays was started from the moon worshippers. I ain't got to do that. Because that's how you do this commandment, man.
People don't realize, man, celebrating birthdays is a way of you going like this. This God is a way of you going like this. Going away from God.
That's the number one holiday of Satan. You hear about Satan worshipers, devil worshipers, and all that. That is the number one holiday of all devil worshipers, warlocks, witches, sun worshipers, moon worshipers.
That was different.
Okay?
What are you talking about?
People who worship stars. It's not good to wear these things on your clothes. When whatever you wear in your clothes, that's what you represent.
Yeah.
That's why they got the name logo, but it's really named symbol. A symbol represents a god or an idol. How about that? Yeah. God never said, here, this sign is for you. The only sign he gave you is today. Because you live it. You live your logo. You live your symbol. You don't have to wear it like everybody else. Oh, yeah, I'm down with it. You don't have to. You live it. You know, when people see it, they say, man, why you ain't eating? Why you didn't come to the party? Why you don't do this like that? Why you don't let your kids? Why you don't hang out on Friday nights? Why you don't come out with us? Oh no, Friday night I can't go. Get a job. You gotta let them know. It's automatic. It's Friday nights. Matter of fact, look, is either I get up early on Friday or you just let me
Don't let me come in.
Don't let me come in.
I let them know from the rip.
No, from the rip, right? And you keep letting them know because they're gonna keep trying you right on.
Yeah.
They're gonna keep trying you.
They need you to stay.
Your friends gonna keep trying you. Your relatives gonna keep trying you. Because the object is you are part of something that's gonna make you holy. You accomplish it, right? Now the man said external forces. Oh boy, I'm gonna explain to y'all what that external force is. You got external and internal. The internal is what you got in you, your soul, your ways, the good and the bad. The external, we're gonna see about that now. Now let's go to Nehemiah chapter 13. So remember now, the days are substantiated from evening to evening. Right. Evening to evening. Okay? Okay. Nehemiah chapter 13. How's that? Ready?
Nehemiah 13.
It said, on that day, they read in the book of Moses in the audience of the people. The book of Moses is the law. It's the 10 Commandments. Sometimes it's called the Commandments of Moses.
That's right.
Because God, after he destroyed the first tablets, he had to go back up there. God told him, write it down. He wrote it this time. Okay? And he had to teach these people. So it's called the laws of Moses. Right? He said he read in the book the laws of Moses in the audience of the people. And therein was found written. See, this is their source. They not too long coming back from Babylon. They're not too long coming back from Babylon. 70-year captivity. Away from all of this. Haven't been doing this. So they don't know. Okay? Coming back from slavery, hundreds of years of slavery. Coming back from this. Coming back from 1 year of not doing this. You ain't gonna know. You're gonna forget. So this is an update, a brush up of everything that has to be done in the land because y'all wasn't doing it. So now, in order to get that done right, we have to go where? To the law. So he said he read in the book of the law, and while he was reading the law, they found out that the Ammonite and the Moabite should not come into the congregation of God forever. By that time, though, they already don't violated that. They already don't married into the Ammonites and the Moabites. Okay? These are the people that God left surrounding Israel to prove. Okay? The Canaanites, the Moabites, all these people were there to prove Israel, to test Israel. Okay? He said, look, they got their stuff, leave them alone there, but you you destroy these people and you stick to my ordinances.
Right.
But they didn't do that. They didn't destroy the Canaanites. They left them alive. And their ways and their practices and their religion, the Israelites took a hold of.
Okay.
And then after that, it spread to the Moabites,
Yeah.
and then the Ammonites, and so on and so on. To the point where they're marrying Moabite women and having children with the Moabite women, having baby mamas now. Yeah, baby mamas and baby daddies amongst the Israelites and the heathen.
Yeah.
It's the whole thing. Thing been going on.
Yeah.
This was commanded by God not to do. He said, number one, I don't want you to have nothing to do with these people.
Yeah.
Okay? Because they didn't meet you with bread and water. And they tried to get somebody to put a curse, to put some voodoo stuff on you.
Right.
Okay? That's the two reasons why.
Mm-hmm.
That's God's two. He said there's two reasons why. I don't want you dealing with them. I don't want you even concerned about their welfare.
Yeah.
You don't even care if they're doing good or not. Stay far away from them. Do not marry into them. So they lived outside, Moabite over here, this and there. He said, now these people here in the land that I'm bringing you, you got to destroy these people because you can't live among them. See, God did not, the plan was for God to have these people living on their own kind. No mix up like here in Brooklyn. Like right here in Brooklyn. What do you call it? Gentrification. Gentrification. You know what gentrification is? You bring all types of people to one spot. Mm-hmm. This person is a refugee from this place. This person was this. This person is this. This person low and high. All types of people. Most High wasn't with that with Israel. Okay? That's why he started small and made them big. Started with Abraham, Isaac, Jacob, and started spreading them out. Spreading them out. They can then keep them separated. Okay? Because that's the only way you'll be able to serve God. Because you're going to want to mix it up.
Oh, yeah. To be like the people.
You're gonna want to mix it up.
To be like the people.
And if you ain't on point, you're going to mix it up.
To be like the people.
Yeah. That was the whole thing. But they didn't do that. They left them alive and they married into the people. And they had sons and daughters with the people.
Gonna be like the people.
Okay? Then they got worse than the people.
Wanna be like the people. You think just because you say Tove Memorial is cool.
Yeah. Tove Memorial.
Tove Memorial.
What's that?
Happy birthday. Oh, just because we say Tove, we add Tove to it. It's good.
No, man.
Well, they didn't say Tove nothing to each other back then.
Heathens.
They didn't even do that. That's why you're able to mix it around. Because they're doing things that the heathens didn't do.
Come on, man.
He said now they found out these guys are married into Moabites and Ammonites. They're just finding out now, but it's too late. They got kids with these people. They got families with them.
Yeah.
Some shit.
On that day, they read in the book of Moshe and the
Verse
audience
3.
of the people. Now it came to pass when they had heard the law that they separated from Israel all the mixed multitude. And before this,
See, well, when they heard this law, they started separating all the mixed multitude, right? You know what the mixed multitude is, right? The people who are not Israel.
Not OGs.
No, they're not Israel. They can be old, but they're another people. They're descendants of other people. Mix. There's always a mix hanging around Israel. There's always a mixture. It was a mixed multitude then. It's a mixed multitude back then in the wilderness. And it was a mixed multitude then in Nehemiah time.
and before this, Eliashib the priest, having the oversight of the chamber of the house of our God, was allied unto Tobiah. And he had prepared for him a great chamber, where aforetime they made the meat offerings, the frankincense, and the vessels, and the tithes of the corn, the new wine, and the oil, which was commanded to be given to the Levites, and to the singers, and to the porters, and the offering of the priests. But in all this time was I not at Jerusalem.
Okay, go down to verse 15. This is Nehemiah speaking.
Yeah.
Verse 15.
In those days saw I in Yehuda some treading wine presses on the Shabbat.
In the territory of Judah, he's in Judah, the top tribe where the kings come out. He said while he's moving and walking around on the Sabbath day, they're treading wine. Okay? Wine presses, meaning they're making wine. They're smashing the grapes. That's work. Okay? He said, and bringing in sheaves. So that means they went out in the farm. They're farming. They're handling the farm work today. They're stacking hay. They're lading asses. You know what lading asses is? Loading the ass for a journey. Food, luggage, right? Why is the man saying this? It's nothing good. He's pointing it out because it's wrong. Tamshi.
Lading asses is also wine, grapes, and figs,
and all manner of burdens. Burdens. Not even the ass is supposed to be carrying a burden. Okay? Tamshi.
Which they brought into Jerusalem on the Shabbat day.
And this was to sell.
Yeah.
Oh, this was to buy and sell, because this is why you ask with all these things, because you want to sell something.
And now testified against them in that day wherein they sold victuals. There dwelt men of Tyre also therein.
And they sold victuals, they sold garments, they sold jewelry, they sold this, they sold wool, barley, merchantmen, nothing stopped. Everything's the same. It's like the rest of the days, Tamshi.
There dwelt men of Tyre also therein which brought fish, all manner of ware.
Tyre, man, this is ancient Spain. Okay? And they took ships to cross the Mediterranean just to come and see little old Israel. And they buying more fish than everybody in the Mediterranean. Okay? He said, which brought fish and all manner of ware. Okay? The 99-cent store came to them. Put it like that. Okay? When you go to the store, it came on a ship to Jerusalem there. But all of this went down today on Shabbat, Tamshi.
And so on the Shabbat day, unto the children of Yehuda and in Jerusalem. They're not contented with the nobles of Yehuda.
The nobles is the leaders. The nobles are the heads, right? Yeah. He went to them because they're the ones that's in charge. He said, yo, what's up, man? He contended. To contend is to talk against what someone is doing, to fight what you're doing. Okay? To fight against what's being said. He said, what evil thing is this that ye do and profane the Sabbath day? Tamshi.
Did not your fathers thus?
He said, didn't your fathers do this?
And did not our God bring all this evil upon us?
Upon this city?
And upon this city?
Yo, y'all don't remember what happened in Jerusalem, man?
Yeah.
Y'all don't remember what Nebuchadnezzar said? Nebuzaradan up in here?
Yeah.
Yeah, that was his general. Everybody gonna get named after the king, and the king is named after the idol.
It's crazy.
The idol's name is Nebo. So his name is Nebuchadnezzar or Kadressar. And his general was Nebuzaradan.
Same prefix.
Okay, that's his general, and that's who came and sacked Jerusalem. Okay, and took everybody and went up in Babylon for 70 years. Okay, look, later on, history repeated itself again. Which Roman emperor it was, but a Roman emperor sent his general Titus and sacked Jerusalem again in 70 AD. Okay? Most of the time, you send the general out there. After a while, look, Joab had to tell David, you gotta come get the city before I name it after me, man. I'm putting in a lot of work out. When you out there putting in a lot of work, you get to name certain stuff after you. You get streets named after you. Warriors and big generals.
Take the city of
You know
Chicago.
what I'm saying? Yeah, take the city. Whoever take this city, it belongs. No, I just want this city down, and you can keep it, and you can have my daughter.
They run the whole
What? Look, not everybody going either. I said not everybody going either.
Nah.
Take over cities. And I said, I got this. This is mine. And he got up through the way of the aqueduct sewer system, climbed up while water is coming down on him. And his 10 armor bearers. He got 10 men that holds his weapons. That's how much weapons you got. That you need 10 men to hold them.
Armor bearers.
Man, everywhere he went, he was demolishing them, man. He was demolishing them. He messed up when he switched, man. That's where he messed up at.
He kept a toolie on his waist like a utensil.
Like a utensil, he stayed with it, man. Look, got one hidden under his garment, under his thigh. He had it hidden. He had one hidden because you see the big sword, but you don't see the dagger. And that's what he hit my man with when he said, "Yo, come here, let me talk to you." He talked to you right back here. Grabbed him by his beard, had beards, and hit him.
I'm his fifth grade.
Look, once you grab a man by his beard or his locks, he can't get away. He ain't getting away. Now today you gotta grab him by the belt buckle.
Yeah.
You gotta grab him by the belt buckle because they sad. The belt buckle is big and glossy and shiny. Come here.
He ain't going nowhere.
It's a big difference now, man. Time sheet.
Yet he bring more wrath upon Israel by proclaiming.
He said, by y'all doing this, you bring more wrath on everybody.
Yeah.
Time sheet.
And it came to pass.
Now listen, this is the key here, y'all. He said, and it came to pass, what?
When the gates of Jerusalem began to be dark before the Shabbat.
It started to become dark. It wasn't dark yet.
The Hebrew word for dark
Say
is
it.
zalu.
Yeah.
Zalu means when the shadow was cast.
Okay, that means you all right. You ever been outside, especially in the summertime, it's real sunny. And when the day is about to end, the sun's still bright, it's not high, it's low. It look reddish, right? You look at your shadow, it's real long. Right or wrong? Have y'all ever noticed that?
Yeah.
That only happens when the sun is about to go down. That's what it means when it say when the shadow is cast. You got a shadow all day walking around the sun, but it casts long when the sun go down because light, all right, my hand, light, if I had a light bulb here, as I move this down, the shadow to this starts to stretch and cast. That's the same thing that's happening with the sun. The sun is coming down, and everything that the sun's light hit, that low light hit, casts a long shadow because the light is low. When the light is high, you see the shadow real close to you and short.
Yep.
Okay? All right? So that's how you know when it's evening time. You don't need look. If you really go by this, you don't need that clock.
Nah.
What's it? Sunny day, no clouds in the sky. You will know when it's noon. You will know when it's evening. You will know when it's morning. According to this, on a clear day, no. According to this, on a clear day, you can know without the time. Go by what it says in the book. Where you think that time came from? Where you think that clock came from? From the movement and the shadow that the sun casts. They used to call a sundial. It said the sundial of Ahaz. Okay? And the sundial was big, like this bold city block. Big. And it got a big, giant pole in the middle that's slanted. So when the sun moved, it casts a shadow. And they said, okay, so this here's an hour. We're going to put one. And the shadow moving, that's where they get that from, man. In the beginning, God created everything. Everything comes from the Most High God. Good, bad, ugly, everything. Okay? And this is what we have to start acknowledging. Because when things happen, I blame you. I blame you. But why did God allow you to do something to affect me?
Don't blame me.
Ha.
It ain't me.
Yes, sir.
It's you.
Yes, sir.
Get right with God.
Okay? You got to think about that.
Get right with God.
Oh, you're trying to find the answer to life.
That's the answer to life. God.
It ain't happening.
That's it.
I'm searching.
You searching?
It ain't happening.
So searching.
But when they get presented with this, they keep searching.
Yes, sir.
So you're not searching for God.
No.
When you with me, the search is
You
over.
got
The search is over.
I'm the search.
I'm sure I don't gave you the answer. But look, you know what's the problem? You don't believe what you're hearing.
Right.
It said Abraham believed and what?
Search.
And what? And so it's the same pattern with everybody else.
I am the search.
And then you're telling people stuff that they ain't never heard before. You blowing their mind.
Yeah.
It's all right. This is so overwhelming. Yeah, God is overwhelming. Yeah. Your iniquities is overwhelming. Your wicked ways is overwhelming to God. So You need to stop being so stubborn.
And then Christmas tree is overwhelming.
Stop sitting in the living room.
Still got it in the living room.
Everybody know better, man. They had no
Come on,
Christmas
man.
tree in their living room. Everybody know that. We ain't even got to go back to that one.
Man.
Christmas tree? Come on now.
Man.
There's no day that God gave us to get gifts.
Right.
God did not command us to give presents and gifts on any of our feast days. That's a personal thing.
Come on, man. We don't
There's no
give
day
out
for
gifts
that.
on Hanukkah.
Thank
It's
you.
not what Hanukkah is
There's
for.
no day for that. It was just a party, a big, giant party for the rededication of the burnt offering altar. It was a party. The portions that they sent out is what y'all about to get when 3 o'clock comes. Food.
Yeah.
So everybody in there, and there's a line and picking these portions. That's what they did.
Portions.
Okay? Don't make people fool y'all.
Yeah.
It was just a big party. It was a big party. All right? A party. Because they were happy. And they said, yo, this year, at this time, every year, we're going to do this, man, because of what happened to us. What happened to them? They were still in Jerusalem. That was something for the people who lived in Jerusalem. It was a Jerusalem-based thing for the Israelites. There's no altar here. The altar has been rededicated and then snatched away again.
Yeah.
And put away.
Yeah.
For good.
Mm-hmm.
Think about it. So the only thing you got right now is to stop sinning. Stop committing iniquity. Stop being stubborn.
That's what it is.
Listen to people when somebody's trying to explain something to you. Stop being so prideful and stubborn and mad and haughty and you so mad at this guy. Go kill him.
Word.
Right.
You that upset.
Let's get it over with.
Word.
Let me see if this is gonna make you happy.
Get off of it.
I mean, go do what you want to do, man.
That's a
I
fact.
don't even want to hear it no more.
That's a
Cut
fact.
it
You're
out,
frustrated.
bro. Very frustrated. Stay away from me, man.
You don't fret yourself over
Frustrate
evil
yourself,
doings, man. So why are you fretting yourself over people who don't want to serve God?
Facts. Facts. I'm gonna stop.
They don't want to do that.
Yeah, I'm gonna stop.
Look, and even if a heathen asks me something pertaining to God, I'm still gonna say something.
Mm-hmm.
He ain't gonna follow it.
Mm-hmm.
I declared it. I did the right thing, right or wrong.
That's right.
I declared it. At that point in time, some unlawful stuff was being said, and I said, no, I was contended. So I wasn't part of that conversation.
Yeah.
The woman said, the sister said, I wasn't singing with y'all. I kept my mouth shut.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Watch what y'all be
She
singing.
let it be known, boy.
Watch what y'all be singing. A lot of the songs I be hearing
Church.
is come from around the corner in a Baptist
Take
church.
the snake
Y'all
Roberts.
don't know. Y'all don't know. But I grew up around old heads. And the old heads put you on. We don't like to listen to the old heads. That's the problem. So, go ahead, old head. All right. Old head gonna make it. You not. You ain't gonna make it to be an old head. How about that? And if you do, you're gonna be foolish and you ain't gonna be serving God. You're gonna be an old fool. You're gonna be an old fool that every time you open your mouth, nobody's gonna listen to you. Some shit.
19.
So remember, the cast is set, the shadow is set far. The sun, in another 15, 20 minutes, we getting dark. Okay, now the evening is over. Once it gets dark, the evening is done. It's over. It's a small period of time. Okay? So it said, and it came to pass that when the gates of Jerusalem began to be dark before the Sabbath, you know how the gates of the cities, you know how tall and big they are, that you have to have walls. And when the gates open, the gates could go into the wall. Okay? One bar is like this big. They go all the way up, some of them higher than this building. Gates of the city. The bigger the city, the bigger the gates, and they're made of iron. Okay? It takes days for an army to ram and get into that gate.
Right.
And while you trying to do that, you got people dropping fire and tar, arrows and stones on you. Okay, this is why they made towers and palaces to defend, to keep them out. It's hard to get into it. These things start to get dark because the sun is set. They're tall. The sun is set, right? So now the cattle was shashed, and he said, I command that the gates should be shut. Because early in the morning, at daybreak, the gates open.
Right.
But the farmland is outside the city. All your food is outside the city being farmed.
Right.
So every day you gotta go out there and get it, bring it in. So at the end of the day, you see the farmers, workers coming in, right? On the Shabbat now, even at that time when you see the shadow is cast, that's when we call it shut down.
Shut it down.
Shut down. That's the shutdown period.
Everything
Before that's the shutdown before the Shabbat totally sets in, before the dark and everything sets in. Okay? And that's what he did. Okay? He said, I commanded that the gate should be shut and charged that they should not be open till after the Sabbath. That means there wasn't no going out or coming in until after the Sabbath. Because it's a city. There's no reason for you going to another city for. You traveling. The only reason for you, either you running away, right? Or you traveling to another city, or you going to work in the field. Your home is in the city. Your hood, your neighborhood, everything is in the city. So there's no reason for that gate to be open because nobody's going out to travel, nobody's going out to work. So those gates are shut. All right? Tamshi?
And some of my servants said I at the gates that there should no burden be brought in on the Shabbat day. So the merchants and sellers of all kinds.
So he said, and some of my servants set I at the gates. He put his own people there. And I got my peoples there. I know it's being guarded well. I know my boy. I know my soldiers. I know my goons. I know my hitters. I know my shooters. I get them in order, they're gonna do it. Yo, listen, nobody gets in and out of here. Anybody try to get in here, wipe them out. Solid. So he put his servants there at the gates that there should no burden be brought in on the Sabbath day. So now you gotta be checking. You know what I mean? You ain't got no burdens. A burden is anything carried. Look it up. Anything that you carry. Your hands free. Your hands gotta be free, and you can't have nothing on your back. No book bags, no duffel bags. You can't have nothing carrying in your back. Free today. That's the difference with this day and the feast days. So the feast days, certain feast days, I could bring stuff. I could bring food. Certain feast days, I could cook on that day. Am I correct?
Yeah, right.
I could cook on certain feast days. You can't cook on Shabbat. Everything with Shabbat has to be prepared for the day before, on the 16th.
Shabbat don't come in.
Arranged the day before. Okay. You know, one time they said that there was a time, I think in the 60s and the 50s, okay, that the government said that Shabbat started. The government, Jews alike, said that the Shabbat started at 6 p.m. This is why back in the days, you know, we look in the TV guide and it says 6 p.m., it says evening.
Yeah.
Remember?
Yeah.
It's crazy.
It used to say evening.
Started from 6 p.m.
With the heathen, the government, and Judaism. You know, the Israelites that are down with it too. They went according to 6 o'clock. So from back in the days, a lot of Israelites was starting the Shabbat from 6 o'clock. So if the sun went down 5:30, they ain't start observing the Shabbat till 6 o'clock.
That's crazy.
Some days in the summer, the sun ain't going down at 9 o'clock. They start doing the Shabbat at 6 o'clock, before the cat shadow was cast. You see what happens when you don't do what it says in here? You do stuff backwards, you do stuff before, you do it after, you're not going to get it right. We talking about billions of people sitting down regulating this. Nobody wanted to go, but it say evening and evening. And it said the evening the shadow was cast. So around this time, evening starts. That's it. So now, for years, it was like that. And then they changed it to 12 midnight. So now, in the world, put God to the side, because that's what they did. look, how God substantiated time for man, they don't even want to do with that. They did away with it. Any way that God had his thing set up in standard, man switches it up. God said the Shabbat, the 7th day is the Sabbath. Man said Sunday is the Sabbath. Crazy Israelites say Wednesday is the Sabbath. Yeah. I heard ran to Israel. They said, "Yo, man, they got the calendar wrong. Wednesday is when the Shabbat is."
Yo, they got the calendar.
I said, yo, you celebrate your birthday? He said, yeah. I said, so you use that same standard with your birthday? Okay, because if today's your birthday, that means if today's your birthday and Saturday, that means it's not really your birthday, it's Wednesday. He said, come on, man, you nigga, I'm gonna go along with your stupidity to show you how stupid it is.
Nah, man.
Time sheet.
So the merchants and sellers of all kind of ware lodged without Yerushalayim once or twice.
So these guys still coming out. Sometimes people don't listen to talk, so you got to do otherwise. You got to do otherwise. They still coming out to sell, and you got Israelites coming out looking for them. Time sheet.
Then I testified against them and said unto them, why lodge ye about the wall?
What you waiting here for? I know why you over here, but yo, what you here? What you doing over here?
Right.
What you hanging on this corner for? What you doing in front of my building? You don't belong here. So like I told the dude downstairs, I came out, I see some guy sitting. I said, yo, you waiting for somebody in here? I said, you don't live here, so you ain't waiting for nobody here. You can't be here. I said, no. You could be on any building you want, but you can't be here. Sorry. That's it. That's it. We picky and we select who can come around. That's it. And the dude looked at me. I said, "Oh man, you want a problem?" He looked at me. I'm down. I shake.
Fair game.
I be ready. You know what I'm saying? Because you can't trust people today. You know what I'm saying? And he had to do the same thing here. Yo, man, what you doing? Why are you lodging by the wall? He said, if you do so again, he said, if I catch you over here again, how many times we gotta tell people that? Man. Yo, man, if I catch you over here again, man, listen to what Nehemiah said. I will lay hands on you. Y'all know what that means, right? There are times you gotta do this to get God's point across. All right? He said, from that time forth came they no more on the Sabbath. He said, they didn't come back no more. Why? What stopped them? Fear. Not fear of God, fear of getting whacked. It's all right now, man. I'm out of here. These guys didn't even try to fight nothing. They gone. Lurking around. Okay, now we're going to go to Proverbs chapter 30. Everything that we read about here is what we're supposed to go by. All right? Not just the laws and the ways, the standards. It say Abraham circumcised his sons, right?
Right.
Every day, right?
Right.
And then it said he weaned. He was weaned. Isaac was weaned. You know what weaned means, right? He was being breastfed for years. And then the day that she stopped breastfeeding him, she weaned him off of it, right? We could throw a party for that. You know that, right? That's what Abraham did. It doesn't have to say thou shalt in every way, in the ways. This stuff with their ways and their customs. Why we don't follow that? Why don't we follow a day that God said for us to follow Abraham? And he threw a feast, right or wrong,
Right.
on the day that it was weaned.
Right.
So why we don't do that? Why?
Come on.
We like the other parties more. That's the problem.
We like the
parties that the Moabite woman come and get you. That's the type of parties we like. Then we got the woman following. Because once the men mess up, the woman gonna mess up. But you can't turn around and point your finger at her because you started it. Man started all wickedness, all the abominations. Okay? And the woman followed. and they follow so much, they like this with the man out here now. You got women that want to stand up to men. Tell the man, I'll punch you in the face. Yeah. And that's right. And the man, I'm looking at the man for a reaction. Say something, man. Man, don't say nothing. She keep going. And I'm like, wow. I can understand if it was two guys. You see this amongst two men. You're not supposed to see this. This is a mentality that they're putting out here, and it's happening. Why? Because nobody's following this. We're being feminized. The men are being feminized. The women are being masculinized. The women are the ones acting like they're the men and treating the men like they're women.
Yes, sir.
They want to have more than one man now.
Yes, sir.
They want to have the bag and have more than one man. Yeah, they want the bag and the Birkin bag. They want it all. And bag you and your man. Everything in their bag. That's what Birkin means. You see a girl with a Birkin with pink hair and a Birkin bag. That's what she do. She bag men. Don't mess with them, man. You don't want that to be your baby mama.
Man ruler.
They man rulers.
Nah, not over here.
You don't want no man ruler.
Not over here, Johnny.
You don't want no man ruler.
Not over here, Joanne.
It's not a good look. It's not a good look. People look at you and shake their head. Other women will look and shake and say, wow, she run her, man.
Yeah, I run.
If anybody's going to be running anything, it's going to be me. It's going to be me. I have first and last. I have all the words. I'm the only one saying anything. Sorry. I tried it other ways. I tried it your way. I get all right. Let me see. Just to prove. See, when demonstration goes down, when I say, oh, man, I'm out, it ain't gonna fit. But when it happened, I said, see, I told you. Now you know. I said, okay, it don't work this way. Now it's my way now. This is the way it is. Now you see why I do it like this. Because when you don't listen, you're going to get burned. When you don't hearken to listen, to give respectful attention. Okay? I hope everybody, I ain't hear no phones today. That's good. Because when I hear the phones, that means I see people in their phones, and I know I have the apocrypha on my phone. I have my dictionary on my phone. I have the books that I read, and I have them in my phone, the same ones, and I use them. Right? It's more convenient for me as a reader and a teacher. We be doing a lot here. Sometimes he tell me look up a word. You know what I'm saying? So I have to have these things in here. But I'm not on Facebook. I'm not on Instagram. I'm not even checking other camps to see what they're doing at that moment. I'm in what we're doing here now. Focus. Give respectful attention to give heed to. Okay? We can't do nothing here that we didn't do in school. Okay? The girls couldn't pop gum. Okay? The only ones that should be talking is the ones in authority, giving commands, organizing. Other than that, somebody get up and say something to somebody over there. Everybody else supposed to still be here. We're too damn nosy. We are too nosy. We want every movement. We're on every movement. You know why? Because we haven't developed.
I like him.
Say that again, brother.
I like him.
You have not developed your liking
For the Shabbat.
But when you like something.
You're interested.
Look. You like it so much, rewind it, and rewind it, and rewind it. Think about your interests. Curb your interest in all that other junk you like watching and looking and listening to. The more, as we go along, as the decades roll on, I'm going to tell y'all something. As the decades roll on, everything in the entertainment industry is leading towards development. More and more and more and more and more and more and more. Check out everything, every new trend. See where it come from. See if it has an origin that started in the ancient days that you're going to read about, and they got a weird name in this book, but you didn't know that you're doing the same thing. But when we tell y'all say no. Y'all say no. So think about it. If you say no to something that is correct by God, you're being blocked. You have been cut off. You have to put more work in. Your belief is not there. Tamshi.
Proverbs 30. The words of our good, son of Yaqeh. The prophecy. The man Lekiel said.
It said, read that again.
The words of our good, son of
Our
Yaqeh.
good. They say it's Solomon also. Another name for Solomon. Our good. Tamshi.
Even the prophecy. The man Lekiel said, I weary myself.
He's speaking these words of a man that served God. And all of this is counsel, godly counsel, okay? And how to keep your thoughts, actions, and your heart and your surroundings holy and correct before God. That's what these Proverbs, Ecclesiasticus, these guys been through it. The experience, like Chief Shama was speaking about earlier. They have experience. They have the knowledge, okay? They've been through it, so they know, right? Listen to what this man about to say.
The man Lekiel said, I weary myself to understand the word of El, and I shall prevail. Though I am more brutish than any man.
He said, surely I am more brutish than any man. The word brutish, it means one who lacks intelligence, sensitivity, or compassion. You ever heard somebody say, come here, you little brute? Meaning that person only uses force for wickedness. You understand me? He has no compassion about what he's doing or she's doing. There's no sensitivity at all, and there's no intelligence. Now, the word intelligence means the ability to learn or understand or to deal, the ability to learn the law and understand, to depart from evil. Once you learn the law, you start to depart from evil, right? This is what intelligence is. Intelligence is not, he got 3 PhDs. That's not an intelligent man. He's a skillful man in knowledge of other things than God. Okay? He's not intelligent, though. Intelligent is when you have the ability to learn or to deal or understand with a new trying situation. You know what that is? You know what that is? A test. The ability to understand what's going on, right? And depart from the evil in that situation. That's intelligence. To be able to deal, okay? You know what deal means? Endure. Like Job. Job endured. He didn't break his integrity. Endure means, no matter what's going on, I'm not going to break. I'm not going to stop doing this. I'm not going to stop. I'm not going to let what happening to me stop from serving God. Because that happens to everybody I see out there. Something happened to them. Somebody did something to them.
Oh, you get mad at them.
I go, because of him. Oh, it says there's a million more camps to go to. You don't go to none of them, brother.
Come on, man.
I don't see you go nowhere.
You don't go nowhere.
You don't even try effort and fake it. You don't try at all.
Not only you don't go nowhere, you do the total opposite.
You do everything.
Yeah, you start breaking every law.
Because you're away from the fire. You're away from the fire. The further you stay away, it's gonna get cold. Right? So that's and that's dealing with tests. So who tests you? Most High.
Yeah,
sure do.
So intelligence means when God tests a person, they're able to understand what's going on around them. I don't know what's going on, but I'm not breaking. I'm not moving. I'm gonna hold here. Okay?
Wow.
And I'm gonna deal with my suffering, and I'm gonna deal with what I don't have now. Right? I'm not violating God's law. That's intelligent. The second meaning of a brute, because a brute is one who lacks this. A brute is a person who lacks when they're getting tested. They don't know they're getting tested. They're going to say, it's your fault. My hate is going to be towards you.
Everybody else's fault.
And it's going to be you. It's going to be everybody else's fault.
Yeah.
I don't do, you know what I'm saying? It's always a finger pointed. that's a person that has no intelligence. He's not, in other words, I'm not going to realize when God is correcting me. I'm not going to realize when this is a test, man. I'm not going to hold fast. Look, you don't even have to realize it's a test. Job didn't know what was going on. He didn't know he was under a deal, a bet. He held his integrity. So that's intelligent. He's an intelligent man.
Yeah.
His intelligence caused him to hold no
fast.
matter what.
Hold fast.
Look, you don't have to know what's going on. No matter what. These things that I've been doing all my life not gonna get broken now. The second meaning of a brute is one who lacks sensitivity. Sensitivity is a readiness. You are ready. You are equipped and you are able, okay, to respond, to react, or be influenced by forces. You hear that word a lot, right? Forces, okay, or stimuli. Now I'm gonna tell you, you have to have force. These forces. The meaning of forces is to compel yourself by physical or moral or intellectual means to be able to admit your error.
There you go.
That's the forces inside of you, not the external forces. So you got forces in you. That's your spirit. That's you. You have to compel. You know what compel means? Force yourself. Make yourself. That's what sensitivity means. You are sensitive to what's going on around you. Oh, wow. I have enough wits in here to make myself admit my error. Man. You know, I don't say I'm sorry, man.
What?
No, look, he's forcing himself to do it.
Yeah.
He's admitting the truth. That's
I don't know
pride.
who's doing this.
Pride ain't gonna make you want to admit that you're wrong.
I don't know.
I'll let you know that right there. Okay? So when a person is saying it, they have to force themselves. That's what compel means. He's compelling himself to admit his errors. And then stimuli is something that stimulates you. It's a delicate aware of an attitude and feeling of others. I have a delicate awareness, okay, of attitudes, of people's attitudes and feelings of others. Meaning, I know, you said it earlier. You said it earlier. I know what pushes buttons.
Yeah.
I know what gives you attitude. Okay? And now do it. But look, this person is not a brute. He's aware, or she is aware. Okay? All right, look. This guy just went through this situation. We're not going to talk about that situation right now. He just lost a family member with this situation here. But we ain't going to speak about that right now. People like to say things and throw arrows in the air. Okay? Right? To offend a person without the person being able to say, yo, you was talking about me. Yo, it's slick. It's real slick. They call it subs. Yes. But look, if you're throwing a sub in the air and it's about me, I'm gonna know it's about me. I'm gonna know it's about me. Or we gonna know it's about us. You understand what I'm saying? Because that's the thing that only heathen do. They never speak direct. They throw it in the air. Right? That way it can never be said, you said it.
Yeah.
But I did say it, but you can't say I said it's word games.
Right.
All right? It says readiness. Is delicately aware of attitudes. I know this is going to get, well, I see that this guy and this guy got an attitude with each other. I have to be aware of all these things. Okay? I have to be aware of other people's feelings. We ain't aware of, we're not concerned with each other's feelings. We don't have no love for each other at all. We embarrass each other quick in front of heathens, in front of the same ones we look down on. We will embarrass each other quick. We'll talk about, I'll talk about my own blood brother to heathens. That's how bad we are, man. That's how bad we are. Our shame, everybody know it. Family business, everybody know it. Israelite business, everybody know it. Try to look at us like clowns. They got clowns dragged around their head because they do the same thing we do. They just look different. They do a couple of things different, but they do the same thing. They feel the same way the heathens feel. They view things the same way the heathens view it. Yo, man, we got to get off that, man. Because this world is getting worse.
We got to get closer.
It says stimuli is something that arouses one. It arouses me. This is supposed to arouse you, your spirit. Get it to rise up. Get it exalted to do something, to do more. It said, or incite to activity. You ever heard somebody say, man, yeah, he's going to incite a riot.
Yeah.
Meaning, when he opened up his mouth, he's going to say things that's going to have millions of people behind him. Something in you got incited when you heard this. When you hear this, you're supposed to get started. After a while, you're supposed to get hype. You're supposed to get hype. You're supposed to get motivated. See, every once in a while, you hear brother, yeah, man, and boom, 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 and they put it. That's what they did. Back in Ben, how you hear, right? Boom, 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 boom. You hear agreements, a lot of agreements, a lot of encouragement. Now you don't hear nothing. Unless I come up here and tell y'all what y'all want to hear, then I'm a good teacher, right? Unless I come up here and make y'all laugh and give a good speech, just like around the corner. Yeah, just like around the corner. I can't tell you what you want to hear.
There you go.
I can't tell me what I want to hear.
There you go.
So if I'm not giving me my spirit what it wants, I'm not going to give you what you want to hear. I'm sorry. And I'm not going to give it to you nice either. But being nice, get nothing done.
Throw the darts.
All the judgments of God is harsh and hard. People say it's harsh. Did they have to kill him? Yes. And that's what's going to stop millions of a people called Israel from not doing it.
Throw the darts.
It's the only thing.
Throw the curveballs.
That's the only thing. It got to stop. I want to hear all that. That's emotions, man.
Yeah.
None but. God tell us where to put our emotions, man.
None but.
Teach you.
And then you got the word sympathetic. Sympathetic comes from sensitivity, sympathy, consciousness of others' distress, together with a desire to alleviate. Meaning, I'm not going to add on to your distress. Stress comes from the word distress. I'm not going to add on to your stress. If I see you stressed about something, I'm going to leave you alone. Sometimes you can't cheer a man up. You can't do that. Sometimes he has to do that on his own. Sometimes his woman can't cheer him up. Am I correct, men? Men, where we at? Am I correct? Sometimes you be like, look, right now, I'm be over here by myself. I need it. Right now, my woman can't tell me whatever it is. You know what I'm saying? Because I'm with God. I get wrathful, jealousy, just like want to kill something too, just like the Most High. When the Most High get jealous, he kills. He want to kill something. We got that in us. Talking about woman jealous. Y'all ain't killing nobody. Y'all ain't jealous because y'all ain't got no business being jealous. I'm tired of hearing the word cheating. We ain't cheating. We ain't cheating, man. God said it, man. We'll stop picking and choosing everything, man. God said it, man. If I want to have another woman, I want to have another wife, and I want to take care of another wife, I can do it. The God that made me and you said I can do it. If you don't like it, go and run a man that allows himself to be lesser than what God made him to be. Speak on. Because for a woman to control me, I'm not going to be able to fulfill God's commandment. She ain't going to be able to do it because it's turned around. It said, your desire shall be unto you, to his husband. I mean, you desire him, you desire everything he desired. Everything. You can't even root for another team now. Get to that point. You love me? You really love me, baby? Let me see. Let me see. You don't have to kill nobody. You don't have to put in no work. You don't have to give me no money. But if I say, yo, God says this, and you say solid, I got one. Look, I mean, I want another wife now. Don't y'all think about that? I may not want another wife now. Matter of fact, I don't think I'm gonna find nobody like her.
There we go.
I ain't spending my money on nobody
There it
else.
was.
I ain't having children with nobody else. She's worthy. Because I told her about this, and she don't give me no problems with it. She don't give me no problems with it. She don't give me no problems with my children. I tell her, don't give the kids this, don't let them do this, don't let them do that. She said, okay, you know what? All right. She don't give me no problem.
Don't get it.
So we get along. Don't give the kids this to eat. Don't let them do this. Don't send them over there. Don't allow them to sleepovers. Israelites don't have sleepovers and play dates.
Give him some.
All these things, man. Do all the laws that you know right now, do. Because you're not doing all of them. Do them. That's going to help you stop doing the stuff you ain't supposed to be doing. Stop going against the grain. Everybody, oh yeah, I know the Most High. Can I know you? Just shut up. Every time you come around here telling me the Most High, and you ain't even here. And everything we try to set up here, you talk against. Everything God says is good, you say no. Come on, man.
Literally.
After a while, man, you can't do nothing but get you away. Put you away. We can't put you away because I ain't going to jail for no evildoer. You could go over there and be wicked. Just get away. That's the separation. The more law we do, the more it's going to make a separation with the ones that are not dedicated. The women that are not dedicated.
That's a fact.
The fathers that are not dedicated. The children that are not dedicated.
James 1 play.
He's going to give you the hearts of your own lust.
Yep.
I mean, he's going to give you the lust of your own heart.
Yep.
He's going to give it to you.
Yeah.
Because you made your choice.
Yeah.
So when you get on your own, it will show.
Now you see why you're miserable in life.
It will show. You know how many Israelite names is running around here outside right now? They say, oh yeah, my mother was an Israelite, my father was an Israelite. Yeah, when I was a kid. I said, so they ain't even had a chance. They just got the name. Heathen people got names. The name don't mean nothing. The only name that matters is God's name, and we can't mention it. I said we can't mention it. That's why you still see it up here fading out, because I can't paint over it. I can't cut it out and destroy it. I can't do nothing with God's name like that. God's name is super holy, man, that we cannot even mention it in our heads. Do y'all know that that's not even the right vowels? We don't know the vowels that go with it. All we got is the consonants. Yod, hey, wav, hey. You know why it wasn't revealed? So that nobody says it.
That's right. That's right.
So when you start putting vowels to it, you saying some stuff you ain't supposed to be saying. You're not supposed to be writing it, man. And I'm going to emphasize this, man.
Yeah.
And I'm going to emphasize this. Because it's like a battle.
Yeah.
It's a battle. What's wrong with not saying God's name?
It's right there. God
He said, this is my name. He said, Yod Hey Vav Hey was not known to Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob.
Nope.
Abraham, his friend, didn't know.
Who are you, man?
Word.
He's saying God's name 1,000,000 times a day.
Do you know what he's saying? No, I ain't even tell my best. Man, I ain't even tell him. I'm going to tell y'all, bro.
That's crazy, man.
He called me El Shaddai. He called me God Almighty.
God Almighty.
That's what he couldn't. Abraham couldn't say God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, because he's Abraham. He was in the present at that moment, so he called him God Almighty. This is the Almighty God.
Not Yod Hey
You know why? You know why? You know why he called him God Almighty? You know why he said God Almighty? He was known to him because at that moment we read about it. He said, then men began to call upon strange gods in the world again. He said, and then one man I looked to Abraham. So at that moment, everybody got a God. Everybody making their own gods. This is Nimrod era. Nimrod was alive at that time. Y'all don't even know what's going on. So he said, this is God Almighty, God of all. He has all the might, and he's mighty over all. All of it. You can't put nothing on top of Almighty. Yeah, he's mighty. He was a mighty hunter before the Lord, but that's God Almighty. And he said, before the Lord, meaning he did acts and abominations spitefully because he knows God is watching. So he did it spitefully because he couldn't do what he really wanted to do. Well, get up there. That was his idea. And the people did that. That was Nimrod's idea, to build that tower, to go up there and do what? Battle with God? Do what? Set yourself up as God? What you was going to do up there? And God said, the Most High said, surely they're going to reach. He said, surely they're going to reach. He said, God came down and looked to see personally. They didn't know God was there. That's why he said, I am that I am. I come down here being visible. You don't have to see me. I come and appear to a burning bush that's not being consumed, Moses. But he's not a burning bush. But he made you see that.
Yeah.
So he came down. They said, wow, these guys here. Everybody's united. The whole world is united. Everybody is one. We've been hearing that all our lives. World peace, world unification. That's the Illuminati. All right. There was always, all right, Nebuchadnezzar. There was a time when he wanted to unite all nations, and all nations had to serve this idol. He said, when you hear the sound of the dulcimer, the sackbut, this, you got to worship this idol. He said, I don't care if you serve that God, that God, that. Everybody, all different people's going to serve this God. Don't that sound familiar? Later on in the Apocrypha, Antiochus Epiphanes, he came up with that same idea. He wanted everybody to be under one consent. You know what that means? One God. And he was going to set it up. This is the idea of the world since Nimrod went against God's command, okay? Was to set up somebody other than God and set standards other than the laws of God, that the world could do what they want to do. They want to live and move God out, move the Creator out. That's what they want to do. That's what the world is doing. And we're following it. I said we're following it. Tell sheet. Oh, wait. Oh, no, okay, good. Tell sheet.
Though I am more brutish
Look,
than any man.
all of those meanings came from one word called a brute. The man said, I am more brutish than any man. You know what that means? When you don't have no intelligence, sensitivity, or compassion, you're an animal.
Yep, savage.
You're savage. And he said, man, I'm more of an animal than any man. He said, have not the understanding of a man. That's animals. Animals don't have understanding. The son kitten will grow into a grown cat and jump in and have babies with the mother. They don't have that understanding. And it's not for them. God didn't give the laws to cats. See? But people, the Egyptians, who everybody look at, the Egyptians were the smartest people. The Egyptians is this, and it was this, and that. But they bowed down to dogs and cats, man. Snakes, beetles, scarabs, a certain beetle called a scarab. All right? That was their gods. The god of death is a dog, a jackal. Okay? A jackal. So, okay, you got a pretty nice statue of a dog there. That's it right there. Do y'all know that? That's how you decorate, how people decorate their house. That's what was in the shrines of Egypt. Pictures and idols and candle lights and everything dim. And behind the closed doors, abominations going on. Wait. Time sheet.
I learned not wisdom, yet do I desire to have knowledge of the holy.
He said, I didn't learn wisdom. He said, no, I have the knowledge of the holy. He said, I didn't learn none of this stuff. He said, no, I have the knowledge of the holy. Knowledge of the holy is these laws. Because these laws will make you what? Holy. Divided against everybody else. Set apart from everybody else.
Who has ascended up into heaven and descended?
Whoever went up to heaven and came back down to report? Who? People be talking a lot of junk. Whoever went up there, it came back down.
Nobody.
Read on.
Who had gathered the wind in his fist?
Who can catch his own breath in his fist? Forget the wind. What's the word? Ruach, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Because that word is also used for spirit or the breath of life. Right or wrong? So the wind, because when you hear the wind, it doesn't sound like somebody going, ooh. You hear a voice, right or wrong? Mm-hmm. Every time we talk, wind comes out. Breath. It's a breath. It said the Most High blow out his nostrils. Everything is destroyed. Okay? That you can't hold in your hand. Can you hold that in your hand?
It's not gonna
Can
happen.
you catch water in your hand?
It's not gonna happen.
Can you catch the wind in your hand? Okay. Tell she.
Who had
Look. Your lungs catch wind, but they gotta push it back out.
Can't hold it.
Can't hold it. Tell she.
Who had bound
The waters in the garment. Who is able to have a big enough garment that could get all the waters? That's the 7 seas. The waters is the waters of the earth. It's the oceans. Who can gather all that up in a garment? There's only one. The Most High God can do these things. Nothing impossible for him. Tell she.
Who has established all the ends of the earth?
Where is the ends of the earth? Can anybody tell me? Can any scientists, archaeologists, what they call them, astronauts, NASA? Can anybody show me or tell me where the ends of the earth at? I read about the ends of the earth all over the Old Testament, all over the Apocrypha. He said, to the end, his praise and his glory will reach to the ends of the earth.
Something
His name is holy. His name establishes the depths of the sea. The lowest part of the sea. Where's that? You ain't gonna be able to go there. It's parts of this planet. No man go. All right? And God's name is there. Look. The depths of the sea, the foundations, the geysers, all of these things, praise God.
Amen.
Y'all know that, right?
Amen.
The sun, moon, and stars, comets, shooting stars, clouds, trees, all of these things praise God and go at his word. Time sheet.
What is his name? And what is his son's name? I can't spell.
If somebody did all these things, I want to know his name. I want to know his son's name. This got to find out where he at, who he is. That means nobody can do that. Time sheet.
Every word of El is pure.
Every word of God is pure, is right, is good, is 100%, is flawless, is to be without question. It's without question. One more. Is established.
There you go.
Whatever God say is established. It stays that way. Put it like that. If God say you do it like this, that's it. I don't care if we like 5,000 years later in the George Jetson age, we got flying cars. These laws don't change, y'all know. At all. All right now. Time sheet.
He is a shield unto them that put their trust in him.
That is the shield. God is the shield. He is our shield. See, certain things, we don't have artifacts because we're idolatrous people by nature. God didn't give us artifacts because we was going to start worshiping the artifacts. He told Moses, okay, remember the serpent, the 2 serpents? Okay? He said, let them see that. And when they see it, they will be cured, right, of the plague. And it happened. He put it up. Moses died. Thousands of years later, 100 years later, the people took it and started to worship it. And they even gave it a name, Nehushtan. So purpose was not for you to bow down to it and call it God. God told you to make that to cure yourself of your sickness.
You're gonna worship it.
And they wound up worshiping it. Years later, Hezekiah came. In the time of Hezekiah, King Hezekiah came, grabbed that thing and broke it, and got rid of it.
It was a snare.
It was a snare. Yeah. For hundreds of years, ever since it was made, these people was worshiping it, man. Time sheet.
Add thou not unto his words, lest he reprove thee, and thou be found.
Now, it said every word of God is pure. It doesn't need for you to put salt on it. It don't need for you to take away anything from it. Yeah. You don't need to put ketchup on it. It don't need nothing. God's word is pure, and you take it as is. It's 100%. You cannot add. That's why it says, do not add unto his word. His word is pure, so you do not add unto it. When you add unto his word, you make it unpure. When I take away from the pure word of God, I make it unpure. That's why I said, add thou not unto his words, lest he reprove thee. You know what reprove means? Correction, judgment, rebuke. When God rebukes, it's not good for whoever you're rebuking. It's not like you're gonna get a scolding. No, don't do that again. You know, a rebuke is judgment, is punishment, affliction, bloodshed, death, a hardcore violence. You can't do nothing about it. God knows how to put everybody in a situation. You got no say so, and you don't have to be in jail. Okay, He knows how to afflict you. He knows our hearts. He knows us. Okay, so it behooves us to properly hearken, because he will reprove thee, and thou be found a liar. Yeah, because what you said is not in the book.
It's not.
So you're a liar. Uh-oh.
Thank you.
Thank
you. That's what it makes you.
If you're saying to people certain laws, and that's not in the book, it said you shall be found a liar. He said God is going to reprove you, and you're going to be found a liar.
Thank you.
So stick to what it say here. Stop adding, stop taking away.
Talk about it.
It said 2 things have I required of thee. Deny me them not before I die. It said 2 things that I beg of you. He said, and please, I don't want to die and it's still on around me or on me. Okay? He said, remove far from me vanity. You know what's crazy? Take this chapter last night. You spoke a lot of stuff from here today. That means we in tune. We match. We have the same point of view without even conversating. I never told him what I was bringing today, and he don't tell me what he's bringing today. We don't do that. We be ready. We be ready all the time during the week, not just Shabbat, all the time. So that's how we know these are the correct things, because we have the same. We quoting from the same chapters that you don't even know I'm bringing. It said, remove far from me vanity. I don't want to put how I look, my outside appearance, and how people view me before serving God, or be an obstacle of me serving God. Okay? He said, and lies. He said, remove. I don't want that in me. I don't want to be vain, and I don't want to be a liar. He said, help me to remove that. Get that off of me. If that's something you're gonna need help with, you need help. God will help you. You get to a point where you get the help from God with that, and you get out the rest. So you gotta put it first. You gotta put that work in. You gotta do most of the erasing.
Yeah.
And once you see that, you say, okay, I see that. Okay, cool. He's gonna help you. He said, give me neither poverty nor riches. He said, don't make me poor. Don't make me rich. Don't make me a multi-millionaire and have so much money I can't count. And don't make it to where I gotta be a beggar. The poor people have to pay. All right. He said, don't do none of those. Too much or too little is not good. Remember that. It's not good. And the man said, I don't want to be rich. That's one man that said, no riches. I don't need that. It's an obstacle. I am going to destroy myself with money. Okay? People forget. Look, if I forget you, me and you like this, right? We family. Or we friends. And when I get good money and good all this stuff, right? You don't see me too much no more. What you think that is? Oh man, yo, you forgot me, man. Yes, you did. Yes, you did, brother. Every day I'm sitting here looking you on TV now. You're calling other people your mans that just got there.
I forget what you.
See, those are the ones gonna take your money, and then you're gonna be right back here with me. You know what I mean? No. This is true experience stuff, man. I don't see a lot of people climb, and they get lofty, and they get prideful in their heart. They let that money and they let their attention and because really you got what everybody wants: money, good, word that they want to hear. You give them this, they don't like you. Nobody's gonna like you when you're telling them about these commandments. Okay, that's how it is. So you think I'm gonna remember God when I get rich? I remember you. It goes hand in hand. It's the same heart. To forget when you're good, when you're good and satisfied.
Yeah.
To forget one, to forget God, to forget, not a good thing to do. He said, neither poverty nor riches feed me with food convenient for me. You know what that means? The man is not greedy. He ain't greedy, man. He don't want to hog up everything. Everybody get a little bit and he keep a big piece. Hog it up. That's not the type of person we're talking about here. He said, just give me enough for me. And that's not a lot, nor is it a little. It's right there. It's enough. Just enough to leave some space with some gas. All right? All right? Yeah, man, we can't do everything all the way. Sometimes we got to eat half of the plate and put it down. I'm speaking metaphorically. I'm using food as an example. Because when you overeat, what happens? Stomach ache. It means you had too much. What? They said, man,
Overwork your liver.
I felt like I ain't eat nothing today. All I had was 2 slices of bread, toasted bread. You had too little. So the man said, just give me convenient for me. Now listen to this. This is the reason why he said this. He said, lest I be full. Now, he said, lest I be full, I get a lot, and then I deny you. I forget you. Wax spat. He said, yes, you're wrong. Wax spat and kick. Israel, wax spat. When you hear that somebody wax spat, man, they got large. Bank account big. Yeah. Wax, when somebody wax spat, man, they got property, he got cars, he got, no. He got money. His money long now. 2 years ago, he wasn't driving that. No waxing fat. Okay? He said, but he kicked. You know what that means?
Chilled up.
Kicked at everything concerning God. He sat back and kicked his feet up. That's what God said they did. They got sat there, forget God, and got comfortable. You see how somebody sit on their desk and put their feet on the desk? They said, man, get your feet off my desk, man. Yeah, that's what they did to God.
Yep.
He said, lest I be full and deny thee and say, who is the Lord? Act like you don't know what's going on there. You act like you don't know you're sitting there.
So cool.
You act like you know what I'm saying? Because what? You full.
Yeah.
So I'm like, I'm good. There go that word, I'm good. That comes out of people who are satisfied, who got what they wanted. Okay?
Right.
All right? He said, or lest I be poor and steal and take the name of my God in vain. He said, and I don't want to have nothing. He said, I'm gonna take it from somebody. I'm gonna steal. And I don't want to take God's name in vain. Once you commit one of these acts or any violation of God, you take his name in vain. So you automatically break 2 laws. You always took God in. Once you violate any law, you took his name in vain also. On top of that, whatever you did, you took his name in vain also. Okay? He said, I don't want to be like that. I don't want to have to do nothing and steal, because it's steal, rob, and deceive. Okay? They're all the same thing. Okay? Stealing is taking something that don't belong to me, no matter how I did it. Nope. Right? Robbing is straight up violence, straight up strong arm. Extortion is under that too. Because I was not appointed to go and take over no city and put them under tribute. Okay? So all of that is out of it. He said, I don't want to be that type of person. He said, accuse not a servant unto his master. Stop accusing people of things There's no truth to it. There's no witnesses, no evidence. That's in your head. And you keep voicing it and keep spreading it around, it becomes true. Y'all don't know that? A lie becomes true to a bunch of liars?
Sure does.
Y'all don't know that, huh? I'm letting y'all know.
Tell it.
That's how a lot of stuff go down. There be stuff said about people, they don't even know it's being said. God damn, that's what you've been thinking about me? You should have been came to me. I thought you loved me. You love your brother, you rebuke him, right? Okay then. Well, yo, what you saying there is crazy. You made that up in your head. Oh, man, I know AJ did it, but you didn't do it, man. Shama did it. I don't like you. I got a problem with you. So you're always going to be the first suspect.
That's crazy.
Accused not a servant unto his master. All right? Don't try to make someone who has a master, who has a boss, who has someone over them. You try to put them on the spot, and you don't have no evidence with this. It's a slander. You don't do that. Okay? He said, lest he curse thee, and thou be found guilty. He's gonna curse you. Who said that? Man, you gonna get once he find out. AJ said it. AJ, he's a stinking this. He's gonna curse you, man. He said what? And then he's gonna be found guilty. And it's gonna come out that it's not even true. Everybody gonna say, yes, oh, why you made that up? Why you saying that about the brother? Why you saying that about the sister? Because men make up stuff about women too. Yeah. Time sheet. Oh no, I'm good. There is a generation, I got it, cuz there was a generation that cursed their father. He said, all right.
That's crazy.
It wasn't back then. But he's letting you know that there's a generation that exists, and that's now, that curses their father and don't bless their mother.
None of bad things to say about their
bad
parents.
things for their parents. Yeah. They get quiet, man. Man, I don't speak to my mom, man. Nah, cause she this, she that. Justify yourself. Go ahead. Justify yourself. Then you want your child to respect you. I see it. I see it in my own eyes. People's parents saying something to them, they don't regard nothing. They give them attitude. They talk back slick. They see them getting upset. They won't say, you know what? Alleviates. Because whatever I'm saying now, I say what I said. It's over. Right? And then you want this child, your child, this one, this guy disrespect you. All mothers and all fathers get the honor. All fathers and all mothers. All of it. Get it. Plain and simple. All around the border. Okay? You gotta stop that. You say, because you got see, look, be quick to say stuff about their dad. Some dudes, when they feel about their father, they get all. I said, man, you sound like your mother.
You and your neighbor.
That's how the mother get.
So your neighbor.
You can't do that. Mind your business. Your parents divorced, they go through it. Mind your business. All right? Mind your business, because it was all good when they made you. It was all good when they made you. Word. So stay in that lane. Stay in that lane. All right? Because who your mother is my wife, my woman. Yeah, you gotta remember these things. And the daughters don't respect their mothers. They start developing and they think they can match their mother. Do you know you came from out of her, man? See, all these things, that's why God said there's a generation that curses their father and does not bless their mother. It exists now. It didn't exist back then. It said Jacob honored his parents. Sometimes shit. But there is a generation that are pure in their own eyes. And yet it's not washed from their filthiness. He said, then you got people who are right in their own eyes. Just there. That's the heights of pride. All right? In his own eyes, he's right. He's flawless. He's doing it right. He got it. He know it all. Nah, you're wrong. He tell the teacher's teacher. He tell the teacher that taught everybody he wrong. That's crazy. That's what this guy do. He said there's going to be a generation that are pure in their own eyes. Okay? You have students correcting teachers. And they're out of line. You're telling me something that I know for a fact and was taught by the best.
Word. I taught you.
Teach me.
How you gonna tell me it's the other way around now? And I taught it, I gave it to you, you're bugging.
I taught you.
Something that I taught you, you're not doing, and that's why you think you can do this.
Yeah.
That's why. He said, and yet it's not washed from their filthiness. He said these guys got mad abominations, but they once you think you right all the time, you're gonna violate. All right, you're gonna hold those iniquities on you. You ain't gonna do nothing to correct them because you think you're right.
Yep.
There is a generation. Oh, how lofty are their eyes, and their eyelids are lifted up. Meaning, they think they all that.
That's what it is.
Pride. They look down on you. Eyes are lofty. He said, and their eyelids are lifted up. When you talk, people do. I said females do a thing with their eyes. When they hear something they don't like, they flutter it and look up. Do some stuff like that and look up. That's that right there. Their eyelids are lifted up. They start doing stuff with their eyelids and the eyes start rolling. Why? Because I don't want to hear that. He said there is a generation whose teeth are as swords. All right? And their jaw, that means, man, all I want to do, I know how to hurt you with just words alone. Just to hurt you. My words are like teeth, like swords. My teeth are like swords, and their jaw teeth as knives to devour the poor from off the earth and the needy from among men. This is the last one here. I'm going to go down to verse 17. He said, the eye that mocketh at his father. Y'all know what mock mean, right? To tease, to make fun of, to go against, to question. When you do all these things, you mock. I'm going to say it again. To tease, to question. And when we talk about question, it means authority. Who is the authority? God, your mother and father. Okay? To contend with, you mocked. To go against, you mocked. What we call teasing, making fun of someone, causing people to laugh at someone's distress is a mockery. You get killed for these things. It's not good to joke all the time either. You catch a dude in the town that's not ready for a joke, you might get a bad reaction. Or he might say something that he really don't mean to say. You mess with him, man. That's why I said serious, man. This is serious. The more you get into this, less jokes. Less jokes. Because jokes offend people. And somebody gonna get hurt. Shalom alaikum. Tomorrow evening. Yom Kippur sets in. Y'all already know the rules. Right?
I catch a sandwich.
Duct tape the sink.